Ooh. Hey guys. How are you guys today?
Hi, everyone.
Good morning.
Today is the second day of Empower to Thrive Summit.
Woo!
We're so excited, and we have our co-hosts here, Erica, Laquina, and I, Jerica Knox. And we are here to get the day started. So we're going to give everybody a couple of minutes to get started, and then our mom is going to start us off from there. So let's see.
Do I need this?
While we give people some time to get situated.
Hold on. What? Listen.
First.
Okay. So when I kept asking, you told me no. See this well, like this goes back.
Don't forget today's mental health day.
Oh yeah. All right. I'm gonna get it started. Music on. All right. Ma.
Yes. All right. So glad to be here this morning. Good morning, everyone. And welcome to the second day of the Empower to Thrive Career Summit. So glad to have you here and so honored to be among you all for this. The summit is created to bring together all of us, dreamers, or doers and change makers, people who are ready to make change and to grow and to connect and take the next step, take the next level in their career and in their personal and professional journeys. Whether you're joining us like for this first day, for the second day, or whether you were with us from the beginning yesterday or before, thank you for showing up. Thank you for yourself and for your community and for your future. Today, we have an incredible lineup of speakers, of which I am one, who will share tools, insights, and stories that help you to thrive in your career and for your business and for your life. For each session is designed to empower you to take the action, because that's what this is all about, for you to be able to thrive successfully as a person, no matter what's going on with you. So, we're going to get started. Anything is possible. Just always believe in yourself. Trust me, I've been there where you are right now. Whether you feel that I can't do it, I'm not smart enough, I'm not good enough, that people are in your ear, because people will always be in your ear. We're going to cover all of that today, okay? So as we get started, I invite you to fully be present, take notes, ask questions, please ask questions, and engage in each moment. You never know what conversation will be the one that shifts your perspective, making your next best move. So once again, welcome to Empower to Thrive Career Summit. I'm Erica Knox, co-host and co-founder of Fleming Knox Foundation, and I'm excited to get us started on this journey of growth and empowerment with my two amazing daughters, Jerica and Laquina. So let's get started.
Yay!
All right, so it's going to start with me. So let me give you a little bit of history about myself. I grew up in a little township in New Jersey, and I first attended a college in New Jersey, Rutgers. I went in wanting to go into the medical field. Quickly learned that math was not my forte. And in the medical field, you do a lot of math. So I quickly changed direction and went into sociology and history, because I wanted to go into a place where I could help others. Didn't know what that was going to be, but I knew that's what I wanted to do. So I went into sociology and history. Bounced around a little bit up north and found a position with a company for children who were having all kinds of issues. They were runaways, they had mental health issues, and where this was located was a program called Mount St. Joseph's. I don't even know if it's still in existence, but that's where I got my start, working with youth, and their ages were anywhere from 5 to 17 years old. They lived there, and just doing activities, but I enjoyed it. I found my worth there. It was not too long after that I started experiencing some things with snow that I did not like. My parents had moved to Florida, so I'm like, I'm on my way. And in tow was my future husband, boyfriend at the time, future husband. He came down sight unseen and loved Florida, so we came together. After some time, I found a job, and he found a job. Where was my job? My job was with children. I worked for a company called Girls Clubs of Pinellas County. Boy, was that an experience. One that still enriches me today, because I still connect with a lot of the youth from that program who are fully grown. Some are even grandparents, so that tells my age a little bit. I was still in my early 20s at that time. But I also got married to my husband and had my first daughter while I was working at that program. And in that program, I was working with girls. And it was great because I had the opportunity to help shape and mold girls into thinking about what they wanted to do for the future, following them in school, all the things that I wanted to do, working with families. I went from being a center manager to what they call an individual services coordinator, which is sort of like a social worker, helping out families, helping out the kids at school, making sure that they were successful, that kind of thing. Um, I quickly left, I shouldn't say quickly. I stayed within that career for about 3 years and decided to go to expand a little bit. Went to a company called Pinellas Private Industry Council. And there I worked with people who were displaced from different industries. Mostly, a lot of it was military industries, like Martin Marietta. And these individuals were trying to transfer skills that they had, like in the military or in those types of careers, into something else. And ultimately, a couple of them decided to become nurses. But another interesting fact was that I really gained a lot of experience now because I went from working with youth to working with adults. So that was that was a transferable skill that I had because I had worked with teenagers and talking about jobs and talking about career development, and now fully transferring that to adults. This was interesting to me. I enjoyed it. We would have different companies come in to talk to the people that we worked with to see if they wanted to have jobs. And one company was back then was called Signature Group, and they were, if you remember, the older style call centers. I think they may have a few left, but they're older style call centers where they did sales and all of that. And if any of you lived in the Florida area, they used to call it Montgomery Wards. They were a part of Montgomery Wards. And they came in and they had an eye on me, and they said, we think you would be great as our recruiter. And I never thought about going into human resources or anything or being a recruiter, but it sounded appealing. So they stole me from the company. And that's where things really began for me to take a different turn. I went in, was very successful for them in getting people employed. And that was my thing. I felt like I was helping the community by getting people employed. People, whether they were younger, like maybe just turning from 17 to 18, because we did employ 17-year-olds. And they were learning skills. They were learning etiquette on the phone, how to talk to people, that kind of thing. We were doing training. It was really interesting to me. And even, maybe older adults who wanted to only work part-time. So maybe they were working 4 hours a day doing this, but they really enjoyed. We were, had a lot of things that encouraged them to do the sales, because it was all about sales and customer service. But again, I still have my eye on the next thing. Another company came through called, the name is Opinion Research Corporation, and they did opinion polls. Remember the old opinion polls? Hello, my name is so-and-so, and we want your opinion on whatever it was, a product, whatever it was. That's what this company did. And again, very interesting, but I took my recruiting experience and I morphed that into becoming a human resources manager. And I stayed with that company for about 4 years, honing a lot of different skills. But I'm going to tell you that young, early 20-year-old, and at this point I had 2 children, that young 20-year-old still had in the back of her mind that she wanted to go into something in the medical area. Didn't know what, but it was just nagging there. But I was very successful in my career in opinion research. I ended up not only managing or being the human resources manager for one particular site. They had a site in Arizona. They were based out of New Jersey, the company, but they had a site in Arizona. So I was human resources manager for both sites. And I was pumped. Money was good. It was going great. But as companies go, they merged. So what happened to their HR department? They decentralized it, and I got booted out. So here I am, my 2 girls, a single mom because along the way, I lost my husband just just before this time. Very sudden, was not expected, and it devastated us all. My daughters at the time were 5 and 10, so it was very devastating to them as children. It was devastating to me as a wife. But for them, I had to press on. So here I am, lost my job. The only good thing that came of it is they gave me a really nice severance package. So I sat there. I talked to my dad, who is my mom and my dad. They were my godson, and I talked to them and I said, I'm truly thinking about going into nursing. They were like, go for it, go for it, go for it. So I did. I went first because I wanted to make sure this was something I wanted to do. I first started in an LPN program, so that means I went way back. Didn't I was able to use some of my college credits. Went to nursing school for about a year, became an LPN, but I started as a CNA, and I said I needed some experience. I started as a sitter actually at this hospital, and as a sitter, I was able to sit back and watch. I was also able to study a little bit, but I would watch patients, those who had dementia, those who had different mental health issues that were in the hospital, but they had to be constantly watched. I did that for a month. I became a CNA, learned how to be a CNA from other CNAs. Then I got my nursing license. Boy, was that tough. That test, I remember it was the toughest thing I ever thought I'd ever do. Being in a room, somebody monitoring you, and you're sitting there, these questions are coming at you rapid fire, and you're sitting there, have to answer these questions. And they're about medications, they're about people, about what you would do in certain situations. But I used all of my skills, and then I went way back to working with kids, went back to that period of time where I was a human resources. I was able to pull all of those skills together as well as my college education and answer those questions, and I passed the first time. Mind you, at this time, my dad had become sick. My dad ended up having dementia and a heart condition, and we lost my dad. And so this was devastating. He was the second father to my children, my youngest daughter having a physical disability, cerebral palsy. He was the one who backed me up. He and my mom backed me up, taking her to her appointments, taking my oldest daughter to whatever it is that she needed to have, either one of them needed to have. They were my backup. And his presence was soon lost. I lost my dad in 2009, and this was difficult. It was very difficult for me. So now it's my mother, my daughters, and myself. Luckily, I had decided to come back home at the urging of my dad just prior to all of this. I think he might have witnessed some changes in himself. I know my mother did. She kept telling me when I moved back home, your dad is not the same. But I didn't understand at the time what she was talking about. My dad is my dad. He was always strong, but I saw that change in him. But we persevered. I worked as an LPN, probably a little longer than I wanted to. But then I decided I wanted to become a registered nurse because I was already doing that work. I just wasn't being paid for it. I was lucky enough that when I started as an LPN, there were a group of nurses that came over from India. They were wonderful, and they had so much knowledge as nurses, and they pulled me aside and they taught me so much. And that's what encouraged me to go back to school to become a registered nurse. And I did that. I started while I was at this hospital, small hospital, very family oriented. And as I say, things happen, bumps in the road. So the first bump was I'm into this program, maybe 6-9 months. And what happens? I find out that I have breast cancer. Scary. Here I am. My mother, we just found out that she had some dementia. We noticed that right after my dad passed. And my daughters. one now in college, the other one about to go to college. And I'm like, oh boy, this is going to be tough. This is going to be tough. So I had two brothers, told them about it. They circled around me. One came when I had my surgery, my oldest brother. My other brother came while I went through chemotherapy because I went through a mastectomy, I went through chemotherapy, and I went through radiation therapy. And thank God I was good. I went on to finish school. And just as I finished school, 1 month later, I lost my mother. So here we go again, a bump in the road. I remember sitting at her bedside, talking to her, being by her side. I made sure, because I could know she had had a stroke, I could no longer take care of her myself. And so working nights, I put her in a hospital that was right across the street so I could run across the street, see her, love on her, go back to work, come back in the morning, and do the same thing over and over again. Nights, times that I didn't sleep, times that I just, I would have my books and study while she was sleeping, all of that. But I had to be near her, and I was until the very end. And 1 month after she passed the day after Mother's Day. 1 month after she passed, I took my NCLEX exam and I became a registered nurse. And I've been a registered nurse ever since. And I'm saying this to you because life happens to you. There's going to be something. There's always going to be something. This indicates in my PowerPoint, if you can see it, it says that I'm a thriver. And the reason that it says that I'm a thriver is because back in 2018, my breast cancer came back and it's metastasized. And I'm thankful, I'm prayerful. I thank God every day that I am still here. So I'm still fighting that fight and I'm still working. I'm still working as a nurse. As I said, I got my RN. I went from the small hospital to a larger hospital because my small hospital ended up closing. That's a whole other story. But they ended up closing, and all of the nurses dispersed to another hospital. We were still a family then. We're still a family now. I see them all over the place. We're all over in different hospitals, and I stayed as a bedside nurse for a long time. But the one thing that I've always wanted to do was to become a hospice nurse. And that's where I am now. I don't do bedside nursing anymore. I'm a little older, so it was time. So I did. I went from being a bedside nurse to dealing with people in their last days. And this is where I thrive. This is what I do. This is what I love. Okay, so this is where I want to come back to what we need to discuss today and tell you that wherever you are right now, think about what you want to do. Give yourself I don't care if it's painting, I don't care what it is. If it's what you want to do, go for it. That's what my dad told me when I told him, I'm like, am I too old to be going into nursing? I mean, I was in my 40s, okay? And he was like, he and my mother. I still have, if you guys remember Ann Landers from back in the day, but most of you were probably too young for it, but she used to put out all kind of little quips and stuff like that about, and letters from other people saying, should I do this? Or this is what happened to me. My mother-in-law is trying to take my kids, but she did have words of wisdom. And my mom cut this little piece out, and it's basically about you're never too old to learn. And that's the ticket. I don't care how old you are. I've met doctors who did not start medical school until their late 40s, early 50s. Okay, retired maybe from the military and decided, that's something I always wanted to do. I'm going to go ahead and do it. Is it hard? Now, remember what I told you in the beginning about me and math. You have to know nursing math in order to pass nursing. Was it tough? I cried the entire time, hysterical. Did I fail? Yes, I did. dusted myself off. I remember this window that's right over here in my house, crying my eyes out because I failed an exam. Got dusted myself off, went to one of my tutors who said, girl, let me tell you, that new math that they doing, all y'all who went through that dimensional math stuff, I didn't know any of that. I went to school back in the day. We didn't have any of that. We had a reading, writing, arithmetic. Okay, that was it. So I didn't know about dimensional analysis. Couldn't even figure it out. She said, I'm going to show you the old school way. And she did. And that was the ticket. I found a mentor, and she mentored me all the way, the rest of the way, so that I would be successful. And that's what you need to do. I don't care who it is. If it's my friend who graduated with me, it was her grandmother who was a nurse. Other people was maybe a sister or a friend or whomever, anyone that you know is going to pull in your corner. Who is mine? My two daughters. Especially after I lost my mom and studying for that exam, my two daughters. That's who pulled me up. And so you have to find someone to be your mentor. Find somebody that you know is going to be in your corner, not going to talk you down, because there's going to be people who are going to be naysayers. There's going to be people who are going to say, you can't do that. You're too this. You're not smart enough. You're not this. I was always down on myself. That was that kid growing up. I just didn't think I was pretty enough. I had short little hair. I was chubby, when chubby was not cute. Okay. You were called out for it. Seriously called. Bullying, I knew about it. Okay. I knew it. I lived it. It wasn't called that back then, but that's what it was. I knew all of that. So I had a lot of self-doubt, and it took me a long time to pivot out of that and become the person that I am today. Okay. You have to love yourself. You have to realize that you can, I don't care what it is in your life, you can do it. You can take all the skills, and you may not even think that you have skills. Listening is a skill. Talking is a skill. Showing up is a skill, because a lot of people don't even show up. Just sitting there. Do you have that one friend that you can sit down and you just realize, you talk on the phone and you're initially going for 5 minutes, and the next thing it's an hour later, and you all have talked about everything. You've talked them through a problem. They've talked you through a problem. That's what you need. Listening skills through all of this. Make sure that you have that person. Write things down. Journal. So important. How many of you out there have something that you write in and write about yourself every day? Positive affirmations. Okay? These are things that are making you powerful, things that are making you feel like you have worth. Look at it every day. This is what I accomplished today. Okay, this happened to me today. How can I do that better tomorrow? What am I doing to get out of where I am and to where I want to go? What are your goals? Write your goals down. Look at them every day. Those affirmations are powerful. They are about you. They are about what you want to do. Okay? Stickers, whatever, however you want to do that. Me, I'm a believer. If you're not, that's your prerogative. But I am. I believe in God. I've been through a whole bunch, and I know that's who my power is. So, all the things that I've been through, I've prayed through everything, not just for myself, for my daughters, my family, my friends, my patients. Because in hospice, you see a lot of people leaving this world. Okay. So there's things that you want to do. Find out what they are. Write it down. Be positive about yourself. There's things that are positive. Like I said, good listener, a person who talks well, a person who just gives that hug that just makes you feel, oh my God, it makes me feel so good. And I love hugs. Whatever your positivity is, use it. Put it down. Put it to work for you. Okay. As I said, there's going to be bumps in the road. When you have those bumps in the road, whether it's your health, whether it's a death, or whether it's work related, you lose a job, you get fired, whatever the case may be, use that to turn yourself around. Use that lesson. What can I do differently? How do I get through this? Maybe it's that death that you felt, whether it's years ago or currently, that death can morph into a career. They have death doers now. Isn't that something? Like they used to have, like they have pregnancy and doulas, sorry, for people who are wanting to have birth doulas for home births, that kind of thing. There's so many different jobs. There are jobs now that people don't even think about. Think out of the box for yourself and create. You can create your own job. You can create anything that you want to be in this life. You just have to put your mind to it and be willing to work through it. It's not going to be easy. It really isn't. It's going to be tough, but you have to put in the effort. If you want it bad enough, you'll go for it. The reason is you. The reason is your family. The reason is it's because it's what I want to do. Okay. And age, it don't mean nothing. It's a number. I meet people all the time. When I was in school for nursing, there were people much older than me. I thought I was going to be the oldest person in there. Come to find out, there were people about 10 years older than me. Like I said, I was in my 40s at this time, coming up on the higher end of 40. Okay. And I met people who were much older than me going to school. And we were helping one another. That's what we had together because we were like, okay, there's somebody else older here that's dealing with this, that's having to feel this new math and all of this stuff. We would come together and just study. I studied all the time. My daughters, who didn't have to study, like their mom, I would sit at the dining room table and just study. Now, mind you, I was working 12-hour shifts as a nurse, come home, take my shower, grab something to eat, and get to studying, go to class. Was it tough? Yes. Was I getting any sleep? No. It ravaged my body. It really did, but I got it done. It's perseverance and strength. And you have to find that inner strength if it's something that you want to do. Now, it might not be school. I'm not saying that you have to go to school, but you're going to have to investigate what you want to do. You can't just say, ta-da, today I'm going to be XYZ. You're going to have to investigate. Is there a need for it? Is there a job for it? Are you going to get paid? Is that pay going to be enough for you to be able to survive? Especially if you're, in this day and age where things are just closing, so forth and so on, and we're having so many issues with jobs, people losing jobs. Is it something that I'm going to be able to find a job at? Okay. And it could be something as simple as helping somebody else find a job. Here we are, right? That's exactly what we're trying to do. Helping people to pivot gracefully into the next step of their lives. Okay. Again, disability, anything that's going on with you, you can overcome and you can find a place. There's a place in the sun for you. Okay. There's just, oh gosh, I just have so much on my brain right now to talk about. So one of the things that, reading to me is just fundamental. And so once I got into nursing, I found that, I gravitated towards a lot of information because things change within the medical field just day to day. So being up on any information, whatever it is, whether it's a managerial position that you're looking for. I'll give you a story. When I became a nurse at this small hospital here where I live, I kept telling my manager at the time of the department, I worked in rehab, kept saying, as soon as you get your RN, I want you to be a charge nurse. And I'm like, no, I don't think so. Sure enough, because he said, you've got it. You can do this. Sure enough, within 2 weeks, he made me a charge nurse. And being a charge nurse, I mean, you're in charge of a whole shift for the evening for other people. I knew how to supervise. It wasn't that part. I still felt like even though I had been an LPN for a long time, I had just turned into being a registered nurse. So here I am, still learning those skills, but now I'm over other people. And I did that for about 6 months. And I'm like, okay, I can do this. I can do this. I'm pretty good at it. I know what I'm doing. How to do the medications. I learned my math. Okay. But I saw this other position as a clinical coordinator. And this is where we tend to forget, ask and you shall receive. Believe in yourself and you shall receive. And I kept looking at the position. I looked it up on the company that I worked for. And I'm like, So I went to my manager and I said, hey, how do I become a clinical coordinator? And I'm thinking I'm going to need a certification. I'm going to need this, that, and the other. He said, you want to be a clinical coordinator? He said, okay. 2 days later, he brings me an offer letter because it comes with an increase, which I didn't know. And I was a clinical coordinator. And I ended up that job 5 years later as a clinical coordinator. And I absolutely loved it. I mean, like I said, sometimes it's just asking, because then you show someone that you have interest not only in the job, but in the company, and you are willing to grow. Okay? Grow yourself. Ask. You never know. That person may already have their eye on you. And he did. He did. So I was very fortunate. But you have to believe in yourself. You can't, we as a people, sometimes and women, okay, I don't know any guys out there, women, we talk ourselves out of stuff sometimes. Oh, I got my kids. Oh, I'm taking care of this person, because we carry a lot. Guys, you do too. But we carry a lot on our shoulders. We carry our children. We carry our moms and dads who may be older at this point in our lives, and they have health issues. So we're caring for them. We're making these decisions in the household. We're holding our homes together with small finances, with very little bit of money. And we're trying to figure out how we're going to do it all. And we're just too afraid to go on to the next step. You can do it. You can do it. Okay? It may take a little bit of time of work, study, putting some things aside. That time that you spend with the boys on the weekend watching the game, you may have to study up a little bit, or use that time to embrace the next step in your journey. Ladies, that means, okay, the kids are going to have to look, this is mommy time, okay? This is that time that mom's carving out, because I got to spend the next 3 hours studying for an exam, or putting some time into my venture, my business, my whatever it is. That's what you're going to have to do. You have to talk to the people around you. Mom who has dementia, you might need to find someone, maybe a friend, that can come to your house and sit. And I did. I was fortunate to have a couple of good friends that would come over and sit with my mom so I could go to the library and study, and I knew she was safe, because that was important to me. My daughter would sometimes come home from college on the weekend and just, stay with my dad when my dad was alive, and, so that I could do what I needed to do. Whether that's, she would come home and cook meals so I didn't have to cook, throw them in the freezer, that kind of thing. That is that's your family, your circle that will help you to achieve what you want to achieve. Okay, that's what's important. So I'm going to take a little break from talking. So I haven't had a chance to really ask, is anyone have any questions? Is there anything burning that you want to ask of me? If you do, please put your questions in the chat, and we'll talk. I'm always available. I'd love to hear from you. This is one of our first journeys, at least it is for me. My daughters are old hat at this, but I haven't done this kind of thing in a long time. So it's taken a while. So here we have a question. What do you say to family members, to those in hospice, and what kind of words of encouragement, if there are any, do you say to them? Wow. First of all, like I said, I'm big on hugs. And a lot of times when I'm sitting there talking to a family and having to say to them, because still working, I'm back working in the hospital, multiple hospitals. And so I'm the one that acquaints people and families with hospice. So I'm the one that goes in and says, your doctors referred you to hospice, whether I'm talking to the family or to the patient. These are the reasons why. And they explain. But I then tell them what my company, and I'm not saying the name of my company purposely, what my company has to offer and what we can do for them. It's a lot of times tearful. Sometimes there are multiple people in the room. So you're talking to a lot of different people and you're answering a lot of different questions, because it may be mom who's maybe in her 90s and they fully expect that mom's going to live until she's 100. Or it could be the 45-year-old young person who just learned that they had a terminal illness and they have maybe 20-year-old daughters, and it's scary. You tell them the truth. You be very open. I wrap my arms around them, tell them what I can do to make things comfortable for them. And then whatever questions that they have, I answer. I encourage, that there are services out there to help them. I tell them about grief, the stages of grief. I tell them about what they may experience. I also let them know what their loved one may experience through this transitioning process. I get patients that may pass soon. I get patients that may not pass as soon, but I want them to know that somebody's there for them. We have various disciplines. It's a multidisciplinary team that works with them. If they're in a hospital with me, typically they're very close. The family member or the patient may not even be at a point where they're able to talk or do anything. They're what we call attended. So they're not doing anything. They're on ventilators, that kind of thing. And so I tell them, talk to your loved one. They know your voice. Hearing is the last thing that goes. And to love that person. I mean, like I said, I went through that with my mom. She wasn't on a ventilator, but I went through that with my mom. And in the final hours, I laid with her. I sung with her. I prayed with her. I played music. The last thing that she heard was my voice. And that was the reason why I chose hospice. That's the reason why I do what I do. This will be the last part of my career is in nursing, is hospice, and I love it. I absolutely love it. I hope I answered your question. The words of encouragement, they come to you. It comes from your heart. It comes from looking at that person and looking at that patient and the family and saying what comes naturally. You've loved them. This is your last expression of love because you want them comfortable. And that's what people look at hospice and they're like, there's that person's going to make my loved one die. That is not what it's about. That is not what it's about. It is helping them through transition, helping them to be comfortable, because death is hard. It's not like they show it on television. What we do as hospice is we try to make our patients as comfortable as possible. They're not gasping for breath. They're not uncomfortable. Okay, I would want that, and my daughters know what I want. A lot of people don't think about that, especially if you're 45, or in my case, my husband being 40. Okay, we didn't have any. That was furthest from our thoughts. We were young. We had just, my kids were 10 and 5 years old. I never would have thought that in an instant, I'm talking to him on the phone, and the next minute, my mother-in-law's calling me because he wasn't here with me and my daughters. He was up north at going to be a best man in his best friend's wedding and never made it. So life happens. This is what I'm talking about. Prepare. I don't care if it's what it is that you want in life. Do it. Don't put it off. Don't wait until tomorrow. Don't wait. Do it now. Start preparing for it now. You're in a job right now, but the next step is I think in my retirement I want to do X, Y, and Z. Do it. Start now. Okay. Okay. We got a question. What advice would you give to a young family? Preparation. Make sure that you have everything in order for your kids. That they're cared for, that if something happens to you, that you can count on one person that's going to take care of your family. Financially, if you can get insurance, get that insurance early. Don't wait. Because the older you become, the more stuff starts breaking down on these bodies, and that insurance premium starts going up. When I lost my husband, I learned a lot. And one of the things that I did is I got insurance for my daughters that I still hold on to today. So yes, preparation. And I had identified people that in the event that something happened to me would care for my children. My parents were getting up there. So I knew the teenage years were coming, and my parents were old school. Okay. Remember old school? Getting the switch? My parents were old school. Okay. So I knew that was not the way. But I did identify people that would help them along the way, that kind of thing. So figure out what it is for your young family, figure out what they need, and make sure that you have that for them. Any other questions? This was great. I mean, I know I probably got off topic on a lot of things, and I promise you we'll come together again. Okay, so another question is, what happens if there is no family? What can people do if they don't have family, friends? If you don't want your children to end up in foster care or anything like that, you need to identify people who you really connect with, and who. It might be that godparent that you identified when your child was born, and I was fortunate enough to have really good godparents for my two daughters, that I knew that if something had happened to me after something happened to my husband, that they would be cared for. They had godparents, and I had two brothers that I knew, and family that would step in. But it might be that your good friend might have to step in, or a cousin. I had cousins and I was the only girl in my family, two much older brothers. So my cousins were my sisters. So I had them as well. But it takes a village. You might have to develop a village for your family. Develop the village early so that they know who your child is. If your child has a disability, they know what's going on in that child's life, what they need to survive, how they are educated, how everything. Let them be in on that. Okay? Let that friend or whomever know what is necessary, and write it out. It's never too early to sit down and write down your wishes for your children so people will know, and for yourself. You don't want to be intubated, you don't want to be intubated. You don't want a DNR, you want a DR. Whatever, your finances, whatever. Write it down. No one's going to know. They're going to hear 50 million stories about you, but they won't know because it's not in your handwriting. You didn't sign up to it. So start that now. That's another thing that hospice taught me too. And my unfortunate experience with my husband. Any other questions? So my girls have been after me, and this will be another off topic, but about my journey with cancer. I know I touched on it a little bit here, But my plan, and hopefully in the next couple of weeks, is to do a discussion on my journey and what I went through. I think cancer at this point, everybody knows somebody that has had cancer. So I would love to touch upon that and my journey through that. And hopefully it'll help someone in the audience or someone that you know. Any more questions? Anything else that I can say?
I think that was the last question. But that is powerful. Thanks for starting us off so strong.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I enjoyed this. This was wonderful. I know, like I said, I probably went off topic a little bit, but continue to work with us and to tune in, and we will have many more discussions like that. And if you have additional questions later, put them in the chat. Jericho, tell me about it, or I'll see it and I will respond. Thank you so much for coming.
And I forgot to put her social media. Wisdom is never off topic. Aw. I will add her social media on there. So if you want to contact her, and if there's any other discussions that you want to do, we will do that as well. We have Girl Let's Talk coming up. So that's another thing that's coming up for domestic violence and breast cancer awareness. That's next week. So she might be giving a few more pearls then. And like Mommy said, she will continue to do a podcast and give those pearls again. All right. And then now we will take like 8 minutes break, and then Queena will start with her talk. Make sure,
Thank you.
make sure you go to the folder as well. And then there's the journal in there, since Mommy was talking about the journal. There's a journal in there for you, so you can utilize that. And then also you have all of her information on there as well with the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, all right, all. You got the Chinese.
Hey guys, we are back. It is 11 a.m. So we're going to get started. We are going to get started with Laquina. And Laquina is going to introduce herself and go from there.
Hi everyone. How are you guys doing today? I hope everyone's having a great day. So let's get rolling to my presentation about thriving in non-traditional roles and entrepreneurship. As I said, my name is Laquina. I am the creator of Black and also the co-founder of the Very Nice Foundation. And I'm glad to be here today to talk about my journey, a little bit about me, and I also have a disability called cerebral palsy, and that affects my mobility as well and my speech. So with that being said, if you ever need me to repeat something, go ahead and make a comment, and I'll make sure to circle back to a point. So, as we all know, as people with disabilities, we have to be adaptable, and sometimes we have to create our own spaces. Unfortunately, for me, I had the support I needed to do that. My background is I'm a writer and I'm an educator by trade. I started tutoring in my early college years, and I learned I really have a knack for tutoring. So I tried to go the traditional route, whether college was always easy for me. My first year of college, I struggled a lot with getting the proper accommodations for myself. And it was my first time being away from my family. My family was my main source of support as a person with a disability, and moving away meant I really had to advocate for myself, right? And like a lot of people, I struggle with that. I really had to learn what worked best for me. But I always had a plan. I knew I was smart, and I knew I wanted to give back to my community. For me, that meant becoming a teacher because I knew as a teacher I would always have a job. But I tried going through the state to get job coaching through vocational rehabilitation. And for those of you who don't know, vocational rehabilitation or VR is a state program that helps blind people with disabilities and help them find and maintain work. But as we know, sometimes the plan that they design for you may not work right away, or sometimes the process can take a long time to get started. It may take time for you to find work or company that really values what you bring to the table. So I really struggled with that because, like I said, I always had this plan. I had vision of what I wanted for my future and what I wanted to do, right? So that brings me back to what go on. I graduated from my master's program in 2019. Unfortunately, I was tutoring for the college at the time, but since I wasn't a student anymore, that meant I was let go from my position. So as time went on, I struggled with confidence. I began to question what I could do, especially because going to these programs, the people were basically like, oh, you struggle to communicate. That struggle with communicate because of my speech. And that made me question my ability. And it was reflected when I went into interviews because, you know, interviewers might not be used to seeing someone with such a physical disability, people may have preconceived notions, right, about what a person can do based on their outer appearance. So I had to find a way to build up my resume and build up my skills in other ways. So I really jumped in to advocacy and joining groups that would help me get transferable skills in other ways. Right, so recently I participated in Miss Worship that really helped me build up my passion and understanding of what I could do as a public speaker. I started a YouTube platform for Black Rolling where I interviewed other advocates that helped me build up my confidence in speaking about advocacy issues, right? And it's not to say that people with disabilities can't find more traditional work placement. We can, but we need the right employers. But as we all know, when we're applying for jobs, people often want 5 years of experience. How do you get that experience when no one's willing to really give you a chance? You volunteer, you find other ways. You might start a podcast like I did, like Shane Bonham did. We might have to create our own spaces, and it's all about knowing the process, connecting with other advocates and other organizations that share your vision. So for me, I also volunteer with places like the Reading Connections Foundation that helped me keep up my teaching skills, because when you think about it, what is advocacy? Advocacy is about teaching and speaking to others, not just about your journey, but educating non-disabled people sometimes about what it's like for us. And I started off small. I started off with doing videos that I did my essence to talk at first because I'm a little shy and I'm also a perfectionist. And sometimes it can be hard for me to communicate what I want to say, or even going through the process of editing a video, right? It might be difficult for me to sit there and say, I'm gonna type out captions. So I might have to make a accommodation for myself, which is really important if you're planning on being an entrepreneur or a business owner. Right? We have to know where our limits are. We have to know what accommodations we need. You might want to, if you're taking in clients, you might want to have a contract where you're like, I'm gonna make the video, but I need this amount of time to do so. And like some mom said yesterday, we have all kinds of tools, digital tools like Buffer and other tools, other scheduling content tools that can help you make your workload easier for you. And just building up yourself on social media. It doesn't have to always be a video. You can share quotes, share your ideas through a medium that works for you. Work with other advocates. Like for me, I worked with Hurdle a lot too. And we kind of work together to get our ideas out. But I know that society often has certain expectations for us as individuals. You kind of have to put that aside. There's going to be ableism, discrimination, barriers to our goals, right? But we have to learn how to discover ways that work for us and understand our own strengths. So if you like art, if you like writing, go to your local museum or find a mentor that's willing to help you explore those interests. Like for me, I'm really into writing as well. So aside from blogging a little bit, I also try to work with other organizations like kitchens, tables that can help me explore those interests and develop my writing skills. And just and find what your strength is as well. Find people who are gonna back you up. Like for me, the besides us working together, she's also my main cheerleader, so to speak. When I started wanting to write and be more creative, she was my go-to. She also put me in touch with other advocates who also share my interests, and we are helping others through our goals. So employment is different for everyone. You don't have to always go through the traditional process of filling out applications, of networking is a tool to again also help you put help you to grow your audience, right? Like I may work with certain organizations, but working with those organizations may also put me in touch with people and individuals who are interested in my work, because it's all about who you know and what kind of impact you want to make on the world. That it is all about finding your voice or your niche that was best for you, and understanding that things take time. Like I used to think, oh, I'm in my 30s and I don't have a traditional career. What do I do? But what I realized is that all people with disabilities, we don't have a linear path to employment. Some of these organizations might be more susceptible. So my advice would be look at your strength, but also look at what type of support you need. If you want to learn about accommodations, I would start to look at organizations like Jan. Jan is an organization that provides people with information about how to get accommodations and how to speak to your employer, but about those accommodations. There's also places like the independent living center where you can connect with other advocates or volunteers. Just look at your interests, look through your community, and write down organizations that share your interests, or go to sites like Volunteer Match. Because even though if you're not necessarily paid to do the work right now, that's still an experience that you can pop onto a resume and say, I worked for this organization. Don't be afraid to put yourself out there, because as entrepreneurs and business owners, we have a network, and you can do that on spaces like LinkedIn, that you can connect with people virtually. You can do it on Instagram to just as enable people we know how to connect with each other and build community virtually, right? We're doing it right now with this summit. So take each other's information, keep in contact with one another, and just like, share, and subscribe to other people's work, and just, if you're just starting out, don't be afraid to start small and understand that success means taking risks. Any dream worth having is a risk. When I was first starting out, something that Jugga told me is I might not be Sharonda Rhimes right now, but I could be if I just say to my vision for myself. The understanding yourself as more the answers, but also finding people, whether it's a fellow advocate or a friend or a mentor who can introduce you to things you never thought of. And just don't be afraid to release them out the box when it comes to starting your own business or venture. So are there any questions? Are there any questions from anyone in the audience? Don't be shy now. Oh, that's a good one. I came up with a plan through a lot of trial and error. I was in college, and originally I really wanted to work with young people with disabilities. I was already doing so, kind of because addition to me, I also have younger family members that have disabilities that I really want to lead with this idea of empowerment and understanding that I really want to educate people. So I sort of wrote down my ideas as I went along. I wanted to really help people that were doubly marginalized. I was really into looking at intersectionality and learning how that affects the disability experience. So what I did is I started writing about my experience. It wasn't until last year that I got into really getting into digital media, considered YouTube. I participated in children to the pageants for people with for women with disabilities, and it's all about empowerment. And that really For me, I myself, I always loved connecting with people as advocates, and I really wanted to encourage them to tell their stories. So I started interviewing and really talking to others in the community. Does that answer your question? I, I, but I really just wanted to also say, telling your story could also be a powerful tool for connecting with others and figuring out what your message is early. Like for me, my my identity is my story. Great question. How do I get different opportunities? I networking, tell people about my interests. I might talk to organizations that share my values. Like for me, I'm also into the literary arts. So even if our organization isn't directly related to disability, you can say I have an interest in this particular thing, whether it's being an artist or a writer or graphic designer, and saying, but I also have an interest in disability advocacy. Could I have a talk or event that's related to disability advocacy that may fit your organization? Remember, disability advocacy can happen anywhere at any time. It can be, be a part of any field, right? So you might have a graphic designer who also has autism. They might draw stuff that's related to their journey as an autistic person. A lot of organizations may not readily think about disability, and that's okay. All you can do is send an email send a message and say, hey, I have this skill or I'm a disability consultant, but I think my interests align with what your organization is doing. How can we work together? And if you have the capability, send them examples of your work and just understand that people may give you a no, but that's on you can only try to connect with people. And a lot of this is again trial and error. I hope that answers your question. Ooh, well, we shall see. I have something that's coming up soon, but I don't have a specific date yet, so I'm keeping it under wraps. So I guess y'all have to follow me to find out when that book is coming out.
I think that's it. Those were all the questions. If anyone has anything else to say, let's see. You're quite the exciting one. Thank you. Well,
Yes, I drink a lot of coffee.
uh, you go ahead.
I just want to thank Jessica for bringing it all together because she put so much work and love into this. So, thank you guys for having me.
Yay.
Yeah, thank you.
So we got finished a little early, so we'll start lunch now and come back at 1. Remember to do your reflections, and while you're at lunch, which will bring us into our workshop with Quina and I. And then I think that's pretty much it. So go stretch, take a quick walk, and get some lunch, and we'll come back ready to go. Also, don't forget to use your the Google folder. And then during networking hours, I'm going to send out an Excel sheet if everybody wants to participate and add their information and connect through all the different social medias. Go ahead and do that. All right, guys, time to take a break. See you.
Juggle, just stay on for a second.
I'll call you.
Uh,
Hey guys, how are you guys doing? I'm going to give everybody about 5 minutes to come in and get situated. And I think actually, oops. Okay. I will be right back. We'll get started in 4 minutes. Hey guys.
Hi guys.
So we are. Hopefully your lunch went well. So we're going to start off with some stretches really quickly, since this is the physical and mental health portion of our workshop. So Quina, can you lead us in some stretches?
I sure can. Can everyone see me? Okay.
Yes.
So we're gonna start by raising your arms and I can't, if we can, cause we might save for a long time, and then we can come back down, and we're gonna do that 3 more times. So, down, down again. Now we're gonna move it to arm circle going forward. If you want to go, I want you to make the biggest circle again. So going forward, and if it's more comfortable for you, you can do one arm at a time. And then we're gonna move backward. This is really important to work out your shoulder. And then you want to come and you're working you like me, we're always moving around. So it's important. Lastly, we're gonna do a donut twist. And if you can use your own best.
Also, please consult your doctor before doing this if you know you have back issues or rotator cuff issues.
Yeah. Or even doing what was best for you. And the moment doesn't feel right, feel free to try something else. We got a comment, Jack.
Oh, sorry. Then I wouldn't do it. Sorry. I wouldn't. So then I suggest not. Well, we've completed that part, but if you can just stretch.
Yeah. Do whatever feels best for your body. Just want to focus on how always listening to your body, even if you want to do a body check-in, which probably should end with that. But just do whatever makes you feel comfortable.
So are we turning? Because we're still in.
Okay. Sometimes you don't have any hard one like that. Put pressure on anything to say and hold for 3 counts. So 1, 2, 3. I'll do it. 1, 2, 3. And that. Well, lastly, I want everyone to consider how your body is feeling right now. Are you feeling any pain? Are you feeling tired? Take a moment to take a breath. Hold it. And then let it go. Slowly relax your shoulders. Maybe roll your neck a little bit if you can. If you can't, that's okay. Uh, that I'm gonna a little physical activity. Remember, mentalize, feel good, and help you feel energized to complete your day.
Awesome. And that will get us started into our mental and physical health. So, Queena actually got us started on the first part. So we will bypass that. So, mental and physical health in the workplace and just in general is really important. Um, Approximately 23% of the US adults have any mental health illness, with young adults having the highest prevalence. And more than 40% of US adults are living with obesity, as well as 20% of US children are obese. So, as you can see, this is a really big issue. Even within my family, I am obese myself. Um, but that is a big issue within my family. So, and as if you were here for the first part of our talk, my mom kind of discussed our past with our father, him passing away suddenly with with a heart attack. So it's very important that we try and maintain our health for both Quina and I. I know we both had to deal with like mental health in terms of like anxiety and depression. I'm autistic and I have ADHD. So like navigating all of those and dealing with like our own like the external environment, such as bullying. My mom talked about that. Um, and kind of like always dealing with the fact that people felt like I I wasn't enough. So like all of that stuff like really um puts wear and tear. And I know Queena kind of indicated something similar in her story about not feeling like, you know, like people always kind of ragging on you and saying things negatively, and then almost to the point where you kind of start believing it yourself. And you know, I've experienced the same thing. Like either people make assumptions about you based on what you look like, or they make an assumption based on how you're reacting to things. And the reality is like they really don't know your motives and what you're trying to do. So it puts a hamper on your own mental health. And that's even in the workplace. Like I've had experiences, I think I shared yesterday that I had an experience with someone where I provided good customer service, like, but because I was not smiling, they took that as a reason to kind of ding me. We have like a survey at my previous job, and the person stated that I did not smile, which thank God, like those supervisors, they're like really cool. And so I didn't have an issue with it, but I just thought it was like very interesting because to get like good customer service, but then someone saying that you didn't smile at them is kind of, to me, very weird. But so yeah, nevertheless, like just having those types of issues in the workplaces. And I've also dealt with being in a toxic environment, which it didn't start off that way, but being in a toxic environment in a workplace, and that can be a lot of wear and tear on you as well. Queena, did you have anything to say about that?
I wanted to talk about internalized ableism because I know as people with disabilities, we often experience that as well as ableism in general. And for those of you that don't know what ableism or internalized ableism is really just how we perceive ourselves as well as society perceives us and how that can lead to discrimination. And I, I really believe it's important because we're not just dealing with physical barriers when it comes to employment. We're dealing with mental barriers. And well, we always have to be mindful of how we speak to ourselves and how we navigate the world with our limitations.
Right. And Kratos, you're correct. It's really a true statement that you can't please everyone, because when you smile, people will be like, why you smile so much? Yeah, it's like never a win-win situation. I think that's one of the things about intersectionality as someone who is disabled and a person of color. You often get like, you are in like this in between where you're like, okay, I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't, right? Like if I smile too much, someone has an issue with it, I must be up to something. If I don't smile enough, like, oh, you're angry or you must be mad at something. And you're not, or you're not polite. So it really is kind of like hard to please everybody, which makes it even more challenging when you're in a space where you're, using or taking up 25% of your life, right? Probably more, because most people work more than the designated 40 hours. So it's like, well, if I'm going to work somewhere, I need to feel like I belong and that I feel like I can be myself. I don't have to put on this facade, which is what happens to a lot of people with autism, called masking, where you're just putting on this almost this face to appease other people. Um, and I think to a certain extent, everybody does it. But I think in terms of like, and at least with my experiences, it's even worse for an individual with autism because it literally tires you out to the point of burnout. Like even I can remember like when I was in school, like coming home and being exhausted. Like I even have a friend that um well, an old friend that used to tell me, like, or she didn't tell me, she actually told like my mom when we graduated that I would get on the bus and try and do my homework. And it was because I was just always exhausted after school. And I, of course, I didn't have a name for it at that time, but like, I spent most of my time after school just trying to recover. Um, and so like having to deal with that narrative and continually always like trying to appease other people becomes challenging at that point. So yeah, like those are some of the things like that are common challenges in workplace, not just in the workplace, but in school. And I know, Chris, you had talked about burnout. Like it can lead to a lot of burnout for a lot of people because it's like that prolonged exposure to pressure and how to like conform to other people and to society. And then, oh, sorry, go.
It, it doesn't just happen in person work spaces, but virtual work spaces as well. Like when we're having the Zoom meetings, and yeah, even though we're not physically together, you have to be on. You have to be participating if people people have to see your face, but that can lead to like burnout as well. Just again having to look presentable and how you're presenting yourself and having to meet that expectation can lead to a lot of burnout. Well, so we want to be mindful of again of how you're feeling also when you're in a virtual space
Right.
because a lot of work is remote as well, as Doug and I will be the first ones to tell you that we all feel comfortable having our cameras on. So if you need a break or time to just listen, that's okay too.
And it says it's interesting. I'm colored, but I only encountered this when I visited a setting where there were lots of Caucasian people. In Trinidad, you have to have a hard shell on because other people can be quite nasty, more nasty than you might think. Yeah. So I think because of cultural differences, I feel like oftentimes that's like a whole other piece of masking or I think in the for people of color, you have to not it's masking, but code switch.
Yeah,
Like to me, that's pretty much the same thing, right? So you you're either having to kind of tone down who you are because there's all these tropes of black women and black men and um, or tropes or ideas of what black men or black women how they act, and because of that, we're trying to kind of put on to make other people feel better. Like, oh no, like almost like I'm not that black person or I'm not that individual,
yeah,
and it's not fair to you. Like or to any of us, that we have to act that way. Like, it should be that I'm doing my work, I'm, like anybody else, I'm trying to provide for my family, I'm trying to, whatever, I have my goals, whether it's trying to get a house, whether it's trying to get up in my career. But then there's like this added layer of pressure that you have to always deal with. And to be honest, that story about me smiling, that was a man, a white male that had said that. So then there's this added layer of being a woman and acting a certain way. So being disabled, being a Black woman, being disabled, being Black, and being a woman. It's like, it's exhausting. And so it gets overwhelming, because then it presents as maybe anxiety for a lot of women, because you're like, oh, okay, like, let me make sure, I'm wearing the correct clothes, let me make sure, like, I remember even my nana, she would like wear lipstick all the time, and I was like, why? But like, you have to present yourself a certain way, and it it becomes like its own little issue. Like, it's always like an added issue to no matter what you're doing in life. And so I think you're right. Like, people can be nasty in how like they think of other people. And I think that's a crappy thing. So, um, and then you said in Trinidad, you have to have a hard shell because pure people can be nasty. Oh, they're nasty in Trinidad. Like, how are they nasty? I'm curious. I've never been to Trinidad, so I've been to some of the other islands. I've lived in the islands, but I feel like I didn't experience it, at least in the islands that possibly in Cayman, but also Cayman has a way more of a white population than I thought. But um when I was in the other islands, or the other island that I lived in and visited my family in St. Martin, St. Kitts, I didn't feel like that feeling. Like, actually, the other island that I lived in was in Antigua, and I felt like almost at home. Like, I connected well with a lot of the individuals there. So, um, I don't know, like, it's I was watching something and they were like, oh, it was Trevor, it possibly was Trevor Noah, and he was like, or it may have been somebody else, but like, he was talking about his mother and how, okay, I lied, it's not Trevor Noah, it was somebody else, but like, how his mom was like going in and for an interview, and how she didn't realize, like, essentially they just assumed that she was going for the janitor position. And um she was like, I didn't understand for a very long time why that was. And she was saying, like, the only reason she, like, it finally hit her is because she was Black. She was actually going for a teaching position. And so she was like, well, but as a South African, I would have never thought about that. Like, just the fact that coming to America, like, she had to like grapple with that factor of like, oh, okay, they would have never thought that I was coming as an educator. You thought I was coming as a janitor, despite what I was wearing, like, having that assumption. And I find that to be the same um in medicine as well. So like, I've watched people come into, a person of color come into a patient's room, and they automatically assume they're here to either clean, or they're like a CNA or something else. They never assume that they're the physician, or maybe a lead nurse. They always assume something else. So like, I think that it's something that we need to address, like, type of thinking, because a lot of our because you shouldn't have to grow up feeling that way. Like, if you think about it, like, then kids see that they have a certain position in society. I don't think that's cool. Sorry, I kind of got off on a tangent. But anyway, so the other thing is mental health. And mental health is like personal issues impacting work performance. And I've had like a lot of experiences with this. I'll come back to your comment really quickly, but personal issues impacting work performance, and that goes for work and school. My mom kind of not alluded, but she, had her own issues with the loss of her parents. And I feel like, I don't know about Queena, but I know I've had like a lot of issues dealing with the death of not just my dad, but like we had an uncle. Like she said, she had two brothers, and I was really close to my uncle. So him passing away. Then I had another uncle that really was not an uncle. He was actually my godfather. He passed away, like, and it was like in the space of like, it was very rapid behind each other. And I think that it really affected my performance in school. And even so, like, even with my mom's diagnosis, like, it still affects me now, but it definitely affected me before. Like, I had like a really hard time, like, even concentrating on tests, and I already have ADHD. So like, just imagine, trying to like take in all of this information, and not being able to like remember certain things, key points and stuff like that. So like, those are the challenges that you have to like kind of grapple with. And I feel like schools really don't take into account what happens when someone loses someone, especially if you already have that added layer of like a mental health issue. Um, as far as I know, I don't think this has changed, but like, you know, when you look at um, the policies within a school, oftentimes they say like it has to be like a close relative that passes away. So like the definition of a close relative to someone that to the school might be like maybe your grandparents, your parents, a sibling, right? They don't account for like that doesn't account for people who tend to be very close to their extended family. So if you're talking about your uncle, if you're talking about a cousin, they don't really account for all that. That's to them inexcusable. And I think again that comes back to like the nuclear family and like having more of a Eurocentric idea of what a family looks like. So yeah, I don't know if you have anything to add, Queena.
They don't think about it as a thought that they don't find them greatly, especially being the youngest and having like feeling like I always had to like hold on to you and mom a little bit tired, like, cause it wasn't just about our family or dad or grandpa, but I lost one of my best friends, like, really, really young, and I was 12 when Ty died, and that so affects me. And you're right about the school part. Same thing, I would I remember when Uncle Victor died, someone was like, why do you have a gun? Shouldn't just like it, it's just your uncle and I like, but for us, our uncles are like father figures. So I think it's the policies are really based on like the more traditional nuclear family, and like mom said, we have a build a village, so it might not even be a close family member that causes this sort of trigger. We can lose a very close friend, even like a mentor, and feel like it can affect us greatly. I remember when when my teacher died, Miss Lippick, and she mainstreamed me, so that affected me a lot, and she was really the first teacher to believe I could go to college. And for those of you who don't know what mainstreaming is, mainstreaming is when you remove a child typically with some sort of disability from a special education classroom to a more traditional classroom. So you might be in a mixed population with both kids with disabilities and without disabilities.
Yeah. So I was gonna say something. Oh, so yeah. So Laquina's teachers, they were, and I think that we are lucky, and we have to praise our mom for making sure that we did have a village. Um, but our village was they were already kind of
Yeah.
older. So like, we kind of lost them during our college years. Queen is saying her teacher kept up with her and the family as a whole, like coming to over, for graduations and stuff like that. So it's kind of hard to be like, oh, okay, yeah, like that's not someone that's valuable enough for me to mourn. And then even like our neighbor, we've had like our neighborhood does not change much, which was a good thing, for us. Um, but I would say, I can't say quite the oldest neighbor, but like one of our oldest neighbors passed away and he lived close to us, and that was hard for me. So
So both of us.
yeah, so like having to like, still deal with those things even though I'm 38, like it still takes a lot out of me, and I'm sure like out of Queen as well. So, but these were people that we've known since we were like 8 to 10 years old. So,
And, and it does change dynamic of your life when you're like still trying to process and there's no agreement because we all know grief has no real time limit.
Mhm.
You can lose someone at 12 at 8 and still feel it in your 30s.
Mhm.
So,
So like just having those personal issues that can be like and I mean health issues as well. Like my mom was talking about earlier with her journey with breast cancer, and she'll share that um herself. So I'll allow her to share that. But like, you know, things happen to you. As she said, you get older, things fall apart. Excuse me. And then you kind of have to, like, how do you prioritize your health as well as, still making money to even have healthcare in the US, but like to live and survive. So, dealing with those complications or dualities is can be a challenge as well. Mm. So, I don't know. I know we have a few. Forgot to take the workbook out. Let me see if I can share it. Mm, 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 mm. Oh, I forgot. I had to change it. Okay. So one of the questions was, I know we did the first two questions. When was the last time I felt truly fulfilled at work, and what contribute to that feeling? I don't So we'll take 5 minutes and read through that. We really don't have that much time because it's actually already 1:44, and I know our next guest is coming. Let me see. But we'll take 5 minutes to talk. And again, it's in the workbook. I mean, not the agenda. When was the last time I felt truly fulfilled at work, and what contributed to that feeling? So I don't know if anybody else has any feedback. Creo said, this is going to sound bad, but I can't recall anything for this question. And that is not bad. It's valid. It happens. And again, the question was, when was the last time I felt truly fulfilled at work and would contribute to that feeling? And that can go for school too. So I think you can kind of look at this in two ways. Like, if if you're looking at it in terms of like, do you feel like your connection to the job brings you joy or not? Is it that you feel like you are no longer in love with like the thought of the things that you're doing? And if it's like you're no longer in love with the things that you're doing, then like see if you can make a lateral move, so like somewhere else in the company, because maybe you're just bored, which happens, especially if you're someone who has ADHD or something like that. You can get bored with what you're doing. But then also, like, if it's not your purpose, then you're going to feel that way. You're going to be like, I'm not gaining anything out of this anymore. And I think in that point, you need to decide if you should be pivoting to something else. And that's when you have to do the hard work to figure out what that something else is, start putting some funds aside to save for a rainy day, which you should already be doing, right? You should already have 3 to 6 months worth of funds, which I know is easier said than done, but like start working on doing that. But you need to do the hard work, write down what exactly it is that you really can't recall anything from this. What do you think, Queena?
I, I think when when it comes to finances, I think it's easy to say, especially if you're not a person who depends on like SSI or SS. Yeah, could be honest, it could be hard, but for the individuals with disabilities. But I agree with you as far as like what I'm called when you're not doing what you love, or you're not in a position that really incites joy or incites your purpose. I think for me, I feel most at home when I'm connecting with other advocates or like speaking to people because I'm a people person. But I also think that finding things outside of work, like exercising and keeping up with your friends and the people that support you can help you either deal with burnout or even help you find the next step that you can do to find what you're meant to be doing.
Right. And I agree with Queena. Like, I'm someone who is into helping people. I don't know if I'm as social as my sister or my mom, but at the end of the day, I do believe in helping people and giving back, and kind of elevating people to their highest self. And that's, pretty much what we're about, in terms of our organization, right? Because as you've heard today, um, the various things that we've had to go through as a family. And so we are a giving family. We come from a giving family and a family of Christians. And so, we hold true to, though that paradigm of just making sure that we speak life into people and, praise them as a way of worship. So that's kind of where, I think we get our heart from, and we've gone through so much as a family and individually, that I think, um we understand where people are coming from. And so that's a highlight for us. Um that's a highlight for us. You were saying, so we can keep going with the conversation until our next speaker comes. Let's see. You said I was going to make a statement earlier. I'm working on finding my way back to seeing this potential in myself. I think I think sometimes the world beats us up, and so and then sometimes, like Queena was talking about, then internalized ableism, sometimes we don't have the supports that we need. And so we kind of think like, oh, okay, we're not at where we need to be. I have those feelings too. Like, I'm not where I want to be right now, or I'm not, I didn't get, X, Y, and Z, whatever it is. And you kind of beat yourself up. But I think that's where, what my mom was talking about was, um kind of ensuring that you create those positive affirmations, start journaling, because then when you journal, that reminds you like, oh, I was saying, um I was saying I was going to be this far along with school, or I was going to be this far along at my job, or I was going to make this amount of money by this time. And I didn't get there, but this is what I did do. So, you get to see that growth when you journal. And I think that's like the positives with journaling. But it's very valid for you to feel like almost like you feel like you're in a stalemate with what you're doing. And so, um finding something new, I think that's kind of, and I know we haven't gotten there yet, I think that's kind of where like hobbies sometimes come in, because um it reminds you to have those little joys, excuse me, those that little bit of joy that you're, in life. It reminds you that there's more to life than just work, and climbing, the career ladder, or making so much money. I'm into plants, and I am into photography. I love all my family. And so I think, finding those little bits and pieces of joy elsewhere, so you don't feel so consumed by your job is important to do. And then just in case she comes, I'm going to wrap up like this part. So some of the things, not just that I know Quina does a lot of the same things as well. I still work on my mindful eating. Like yesterday, we were talking about I was talking about that, trying to remember like, okay, let me take time to eat. And how am I feeling? Do I actually feel full? Am I actually hungry? If I know I just kind of recently ate, am I actually hungry or am I thirsty? Doing my journaling, and prioritizing sleep. So sleep for me is very hard. That's something that I hear a lot of individuals with autism and chronic illnesses and ADHD have an issue with. And so um, that's something that I still work on till this day. I've tried natural remedies like melatonin. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It works in the sense that like I can stay asleep, but then like uh I can go to sleep, but then staying asleep doesn't necessarily help. So like just finding ways to do that, making sure you get physical exercise because that is very, very important, guys. Like so like as much as like it seems like it's so tedious, and I know today we were like sitting here all day, but it's try to get some form of exercise um every day, to be honest, because I think it does help with stress relief and finding a type of exercise that you like. So I feel like some people they feel like they have to be the standard weightlifter, running or blah blah. Do what's in your means to do. Consult your doctor. Do something that's fun. If you enjoy playing soccer, then play soccer. If you enjoy, just walking around a park or nature hike or, playing with your kids, all of that is still exercise. So definitely, lifting is life. Okay. So definitely all of those things count. Put it if you're, keeping track of how much you're exercising and stuff, keep, add that, incorporate all of that, right? Because to have kids, that is an exercise in itself. So, don't take that for granted, pride yourself that you can keep up with your kids. If you can't, make that a challenge for yourself, right? Like it doesn't have to be like crazy. If you're, I've had several doctors who are like, look, if you can't get out and go exercise, then do like there's like plenty of exercise videos that are coming out or that are out on YouTube that are free. Find something, do it. Like I know everybody wants to go to the gym. The gym may not always be feasible for people, but just know that those options are available. Like people will tell you, this is what they're doing, blah blah blah. Again, I echo, please consult your physician because you just do not want to overtax your body. And I know some people, they're like easier said than done, especially when they have a chronic illness. Think about getting bands. Like just sit there in your bed, stretch, or in your bed, do yoga. Like you don't, it doesn't have to be like crazy, crazy, but like just we want you to keep moving because like if you're once you lose it, if you don't use it, you lose it. And that's what we don't want. So, just really think about like incorporating some type of exercise in your day. I do like to run sometimes I like to walk. Um, Sometimes I'm like, "Ooh, I need to get a little bit more flexible." Like when we did that stretch with Queena, I was like, "Oh, I haven't done this in a while," and I can feel it. So, like, I'm getting older. Flexibility is important. Make sure that you are, you know, stretching more, especially as you age. Make sure you're stretching within your capacity, right? Like moving your arms, stretching your legs, trying to stretch out your hips. All that stuff keeps you moving and going for a very long time. So, especially when you're an individual with a disability. Um, let's see. You can't see the other part of this. Oh, no, I already said that. Working with your hobbies. Okay. And I think some of this we kind of, so like in terms of mental health, so speaking, I know like people go back and forth about speaking to their HR and or your manager, and I think you should use your discretion, right? Because you know how supportive your your organization, your company that you're working for is. If you feel like they are a supportive environment, then yes, go to your manager. Like I've had positions where I felt very secure in going to my manager and saying like I'm stressed out, and we shared the load, or making sure that like if I got behind on paperwork, which I am like that's the thing that I'm terrible at, um you know, we had checks and balances for that. So like internal checks and balances. So I didn't get, and well, I did get in trouble one time, but like overall, I didn't get in trouble. Like it wasn't a big deal. What else? Making sure, definitely talking to them about your supports and your accommodations, like Queen has said, Jan's, and I think I'm going to put it on the list, but then also I think I put it in the message board. Jan's is a very good location. It breaks down like how to communicate with your managers, how to like what accommodations, if you can't absolutely think of accommodations you can think of. I was at another talk, shout out to Autism in Black, and one of the speakers said like, I'm pretty sure it was Autism Black, but one of the speakers was like, oh, it doesn't, actually it was her podcast, so plugging the podcast too, but um essentially like you don't always have to go to like HR for accommodations, right? It could be something as simple as I need a chair, or like can I get an extra piece of something, and talking to like your coworkers and them helping you with something. So it doesn't have to be formal all the time. So just use your discretion on that. Definitely use Jan as a resource. Also, most cities, this is probably where Mr. Lindell would have been very helpful. But like most cities, they have, well, it's really for the city, but like you can use them as a resource if you need information. Um, like a resource for individuals living with disability for accommodations. They're very insightful, and I cannot recall the title right now. I will look it up. Actually, let me just look it up now. So let's see. So ADA and yeah, ADA coordinators. So most cities have ADA coordinators. You can reach out to them. It's mainly for the city, but like maybe they can at least point you in the right direction. Um, and then attending the wellness program. So my previous job did have a wellness program, and it was through the insurance, and they incentivize you getting like preventive screenings. I would say take advantage of that, because there was like you could get like an extra $300 just for doing that. If they like, sometimes they have days off or whatever, take advantage of those things, because you have to remember like even your physical health. So like if your blood pressure is high, um if you have your blood sugar is off, all of those contribute to like anxiety. So it can either prolong anxiety and depression, or some mental health issues that are prolonged, they can contribute to physical factors, and vice versa. Like the fact that your blood sugar is off like can increase your cortisol, so that if you're stressed at work and then you're also not eating enough and your cortisol is off, and it's just like a ball of craziness. Over time your body is going to feel all of that wear and tear. So making sure that you set those boundaries to eat, to sleep, with your family, friends, and your coworkers. And I think, and then, like I just said, the boundaries, prioritize your work life balance. And I know, easier said than done in terms of like, therapists and stuff, but there is, if you have um, health insurance, you can get a licensed therapist. There are support groups. Several organizations offer support groups. There is like the organizations that you may have to pay out of pocket. So just consider that if you feel like you need to talk to someone. There's also nonprofit organizations like NAMI, that will be able to assist you with, like I said, support groups and other programs. And I talked about the employee assistance program is usually like they provide you assistance with either mental health counseling, but that just depends on if your employer buys into that. So you can ask your employer if they have that program, but it gives you access to a number of different professionals, everything from law to mental health. So like you can see if they should have went over it when you were hired, but you could see if maybe they added it on or something like that. And workshops and wellness training, you can see if you want to um, possibly do workshops, or workshop and wellness, if that's something you're interested in, or you can train with someone else. And a lot of the organizations have to follow behind being confidential. So just know that, even reaching out to us, we are more than happy to talk to you. But like, a lot of these organizations, they have to be confidential. So, you know, please, please, please use their services, especially as we are losing a lot of services. So make sure you do that as well. Mm, I think that's it. I don't know if anyone has any questions. So Creo said, check, check. We don't have EAP. Trying to do better at this. I try. So what is it that they have in Trinidad? And then yes, definitely got to be physically and mentally prepared for that. Teenager when I'm 17. Yeah. So I'm not sure what you're talking about in terms of for that, but for sure, like I know EAP, it might be like a US based and Canada based thing. Um yeah, I unless it's like a US based program, I don't know if it would be in other locations. Like US based business, I don't know if they would have that. Like say if they were in India and they were a US based organization, I don't know if they would have EAP there, even though they have EAP in US, which doesn't make sense. But yeah, I mean, it would be helpful. Um, Although I would be interested to see how many organizations offer and their employees use it, because I think there's always a fear of re- retaliation from an employer. But yeah. the cuff psych is pretty much out of pocket and difficult to get to solo. So there's not a lot of like programs in Trinidad. How much does it cost for that? It's not easily found. Hmm. So that's something that I'm actually really interested in understanding, because I know there's like a negative stigma to mental health in the Caribbean. And so I'm wondering if maybe not investing into programs as well as into um, accessible, barrier free mental health therapists is an issue. So, like, when it's like access through the government, is it just like, um, are you guys have universal healthcare, right? So, like, they have locations that they're is it like a list that you have to update? Um, huh. I mean, I'd be interested to talk to you about that because from my understanding, a lot of locations or a lot of the Caribbean islands doesn't really have the infrastructure, well, the healthcare infrastructure set up uh, for long term care or for mental health care. So I definitely like to talk to you about that later on. I'm going to require special ed, you have to go through a free system first. Then they recommend it. Huh. So do you ultimately get the specialized treatment? What okay. Well, uh I'll come back to that. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go into my own discussion because the speaker is not here and my talk is next. Um, so give me like 5 minutes and then we'll go into my talk until about 3. Be right back. You live long enough. Hmm. All right, I'll be right back, guys. All right. Okay, guys. So let's see. I'm going to go through the rest of the questions because I think they're solid questions, but then also it kind of goes into my presentation. Like I said, I switched with our presenter, our other presenter. So I'm going to present really quickly. But our first question is, how often do I take breaks to rest or move my body during the workday and at home? How often do I take breaks to rest or move my body during the workday, at school, or at home?
I can tell you I'm really bad at this.
I am too, especially when I'm hyper focused. Your girl be like, okay, let me move around. I used to like use a timer, but
I have
yeah.
an Apple called Focus Booster on my phone. Do I use it though?
Wow. Definitely love that for Jill.
Like give you interval, like you work for a certain amount, then you rest for a certain amount.
Yeah,
Actually, I think my phone put me in deep sleep because
oh, that you haven't used in a long time. I used to use a Pomodoro clock, which is how I've gotten through most of school. Because I realized if I try to, excuse me, if I try to power my way, sometimes I can, depending on the topic, I can power my way through. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, that's not going to happen. So
you know I get frustrated with typing because
hmm. Live spiritual.
I'll be like, wow. Meanwhile, you be like,
Yeah, I type pretty quickly. Um, it's taken me a long time to get there, but I've gotten there. Um, but yeah, so I don't know if anybody has a response to that.
but I feel like we're really gonna like.
Huh?
I feel like that's a total.
I was thinking that. I was like, wait a minute.
Thank you, but moving on.
Yeah. Anyways. Um, hold on. I'm not quite sure. Um, so okay. Uh, um, so let's see. What is the other question? Um, do I feel comfortable expressing when I need help or support at work or school? Why or why not? And while we answer that, I um I will kind of, what did you say, Queen?
That can be tricky for me sometimes, asking for help. I, I remember when we were younger, it was harder for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I actually got in trouble with one of my aides for not asking for help. Like, they had to call mom and have a discussion.
Not discussion.
God,
Oh my goodness.
way I, I, again with the internalized evidence, I didn't want to ask for help, like going to the restroom,
Mm-hmm.
so I would hold it until eventually I couldn't anymore. But I didn't want to ask anyone to take me because in the back of my mind that wasn't normal. Like I did, my classmates did have AIDS, so I felt kind of weird growing up.
Mm,
Mm.
that's real. Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And we're live. So,
I
anyway.
am right back.
Okay. All right. So let's see. What is the next question? Well, I didn't really give you guys. Oh, okay. We'll resume shortly. Be right. I'll put some music on. Okay. Hold on. So we will do the last question really quickly. Um, so what practices help me stay focused, calm, and grounded during the day? What practices help me stay focused, calm, and grounded during the day?
Well, for me, I think journaling helps me a lot. Although, believe it or not, reading because it gives me an escape sometimes, and I think we all need that.
Nice. So yeah, I agree with the journaling. For me, it's journaling and my plants, and that kind of gives me a segue to go into like my quick little spiel about using my passions as a way into entrepreneurship. So I use a lot of the things that I enjoy because sometimes they come at a cost, like plants. I use them as a way to, fund the hobby itself sometimes. So I do have like a little plant hub store that I have together. I have a number of plants. I've always been into plants. I've been really into biology as a kid. Like I always wanted to understand like how things worked and why I well biology and like people. So trying to grasp why people do the things that they do. And um I've channeled a lot of that into creating a path into entrepreneurship, such as my plant business, providing. Ultimately, I would like to get into housing because that is an interest of mine. I've always been interested in like I said, why how people do things and why they do it. And, sometimes it has to do with external environments. That's something that we talked about earlier. So that's kind of why we kind of created this space for individuals with disabilities, because um, we all come from a different walk of life, yet, the commonality is like, being healthy and having a mental mindset where we can grow and nurture each other is important. So, I utilize, my talents, hopefully to help other people, yes, but then also to ground me, like the journals. That's why I created the journal for you guys. And because that's something that I had to use, even when I was younger, I had to use it because I just did not express myself the way I think that other people would probably want me to express myself. And I'm lucky that like I have such a supportive family, especially in my sister and my mom. And I realize like a lot of people don't have that. And there's a lot of trauma behind that. And even I have, we have our own trauma losing a parent at a very young age. And so finding a way to ground ourselves and finding a way to stay focused and refocus if we have to is important. So I do utilize journaling. I go off and on, like I'm not perfect, you guys. I think I said that yesterday about like eating healthy. But it is something that I work on daily. And then exercising. Sometimes I'm like an exerciseaholic. Other times I'm, uh, I falter. So, especially if I'm hyper focused on something, I'm trying to get something done. So, trying to use like tools and tricks, like Quina was saying, like, I can, if I'm like focused on something, I may not sleep very well. I may not, um, go to the bathroom when I need to go to the bathroom. I'm just like sitting there trying to finish what I'm trying to do. So like that's why I would utilize Pomodoro, which is essentially what Quinn was talking about, where you have a certain amount of time and you're studying, and it works both ways, where you are um sometimes I don't feel like studying, so I can haggle with myself and say, "Oh, I need to study." Other times I'm using it as a tool to kind of remind myself that I need to be human and go to the bathroom or get some water or get some food. So it works in both instances because like I said that I'm autistic and I have ADHD, so like for both of those it works, right? Because my brain works differently completely, and I think like depend like just because um you are autistic and you have ADHD, like and just being autistic or just being ADHD, like we are not the same. We have different experiences and stuff like that. So it's like just super important to find what works for you. What I do may not work for you, but for others it may work. So that's my thoughts. Um, I think that was my last question. Hold on. Um, I don't know. Did you have anything to say, Queena? Oh, you changed rooms.
Change room. Change. Change room. Yes, I am in a lovely office, aka my former room. But
Huh?
I said, yes, I am in a lovely home office.
The dark home office.
Look, did you want that or a noise in the background?
Oh, that is that what we had the options of doing?
People are hungry.
People are hungry.
Yeah. But anyway, we are getting off topic. I
Hmm.
I was wondering if anyone had employment
You
experience.
really are Team Queena. Wow. I mean, woo.
I like yeah. Because we are I am the best cause you can ever have. Team Queen. Yeah. But I was wondering, did anyone have a favorite employment experience that they would like to share? Juggle, would you like to go first?
An employment experience.
A positive one.
Oh, positive. Let's see. Hmm. I think that there's so many.
Okay,
Hmm.
two, go.
What?
Top two positive experiences.
Top
Go.
two. When we had a festival that we planned, I enjoyed doing that. Um, and I don't know, helping the clients that I had was fun. That was fun because I liked hanging out with them. Not hanging out because it was work, but like, helping them if they needed to like look for a job,
You guys help with learning their stories.
learning their stories, and then but also like helping them get what they needed, and then um yeah, like the education component of like educating them on what they needed to do to be successful.
Cool, cool. I think for me, it would probably when I love being a tutor in college was one of my favorite answers just because my boss is so ca- ca- she cares about the people working for her, and we don't always get that. And she really got to know you as a person,
Mhm.
and then when you're just starting out, you need that.
That's fair.
Um,
What else?
what's your funniest workout, man?
The funniest, so it's not funny, haha. Well, kind of was funny. But there was like a, I don't know, like a, well, okay, first of all, there was a guy that was this older guy at one of my jobs, and he just thought highly of himself, and he would try and, I thought it was funny, he would try and pull Shay. Um so he was like, he just thought he was it, and it just, I don't know, it tickled me for some reason. Um
He
yeah,
got
'cause he was older, like much older, and I was like,
there's like a 10, a 20.
yeah. And then what was the other one? Um there was a woman, and she was trying to leave the hospital, and this also goes back to my point and the point Kreos was making about kind of having to people not understanding people of color. And so she was like upset about her son. She had heard that he was in the hospital, and but the way the nurses reacted to her, I was like, you guys really need to chill out. Like the lady, you would have thought that she was like trying to hold up the hospital or something, like the way that they were surrounding her. I was like, this is a little aggressive. But it was just like one of those things like you would see in the show. You're like, what are you guys doing? It was just funny.
Chill. So I get that because sometimes I think when people are born people of color, that they're so afraid of us escalating. So they end up escalating it themselves. And I'm
Exactly. That's literally what it was. Like,
like,
and I was the one that had to de-escalate it. I was like, oh my gosh. So, but okay, guys, we're gonna take a 2-minute break while we help Rebecca set up really quickly. Um, actually, let me just, since we've already taken breaks, hold on. Hey, Rebecca.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Did you hold on. Did you send me your
Yes.
PowerPoint? Or you, okay. Let's see. Doo-doo. I'm just going to put the team here. Mm-mm-mm. How are you doing?
Oh, pretty good. How are you?
Good.
How has it been so far?
Pretty good. We've had some good discussions. Um, hold on. And people have been participating, so we're very happy about that.
Mhm.
I don't know if you want to just really quickly while I'm pulling this up. Actually, I'll just do it. And I was trying to put it into. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's too big. Okay. Well, there you go. Let me share new layout. What did I do last time? Share screen. Colors. And can you guys see it? Or
Yeah.
okay. There you go. You have the spotlight. So,
Mm-hmm.
Rebecca is one of our speakers today, and she is the owner of Lotus Living and remind me of the other one, Boundless Living.
Yes.
Awesome. So please give her a round of applause, and the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Mhm.
My pleasure to be here. All right. I will be speaking on the 4 pillars of resilience and surviving to thriving. And I'll first give you an introduction to spina bifida. I was born with spina bifida, and let's see, why won't my slides aren't going by?
Oh, sorry. I don't know if you can do it while. If you tell me to go next, I'll just hit it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Spina bifida is a birth defect that happens at birth, and it's a tubal. It's a opening in your back, and the scar tissue and spinal nerves are affected, uh, and it causes you to go to be paralyzed from the point below where it is, at the severity that I have. Because at occulta, you may not even notice you have it. That's the people who later in life they realize they're diagnosed with spina bifida, and yet they were able to be fine. They may have just had some back pain and went into the doctor and then found out. Then meningocele is a little bit deeper, a little more that needs to be treated, but if they just get a little treatment, they might be fine. And then the myelomengocele has a lot more side effects, and approximately 1,500 births a year have spina bifida, 1 out of 2,800. And next slide. Next. Okay. And then the complications associated with the spina bifida are hydrocephalus, which is excess liquid piling up on the brain. So they need to put in a shunt tube to drain the excess water or liquid from the brain down to the abdomen, and that happens within a few days of birth. And then Chiari malformation, that's because the brain is settled down a little bit lower, and so it causes a reflex. So you may involuntarily gag sometimes when you have Chiari malformation. And then bladder and bowel, you don't have control of your bladder or your bowels, so you may need to get on a regimen of doing it, of taking care of those things regularly, so that you don't have accidents in between. Some people, a lot of people with spina bifida have to use catheters, and and then another problem that complication is tethered spinal cord, and you have to have surgery to have that corrected. And then orthopedic conditions. Orthopedic conditions are like needing braces to walk, or to make sure that your ankles don't, are supported, so you don't injure them when transferring and putting weight on your foot. And I've had to, I started with AFOs, and then I gradually had to use the brace that comes all the way up to my chest. And then scoliosis is curvature of your spine, which is common for spina bifida. Okay. The exact cause of spina bifida is unknown, but several risk factors have been identified. Genetic factors are family history of spina bifida or other neural tube defects, rare genetic disorders. Next. Okay. Environmental factors, low levels of folic acid in the mother's diet. If you don't get a lot of fresh vegetables and other fresh foods that have the vitamin B9 that they need, or exposure to certain chemicals and pesticides while gardening when pregnant. And then next slide. Also exposure to certain medications during pregnancy, such as valproic acid or carbamazepine. The body temperature during pregnancy, maternal obesity, and diabetes during pregnancy are all possible factors that could contribute to spina bifida. And in early childhood, when I was born, when I was little, my mom learned through just experiences, that she needed to be more careful with watching me because of the not being able to feel or sense things. Like once she put me on the ground while she was talking to a neighbor, and I was crawling around because I was fussy, and then so I was crawling around on the ground, and it was the concrete driveway, and when she picked me up, I was bleeding, and I wasn't, because I couldn't feel, so I didn't know that when I was dragging my legs around, that to try to crawl, that I was hurting myself. And so she realized then that she needed to watch me more careful because of not being able to feel. And parents may not realize that if they're when they have had other children and those other babies were able to do certain things that they're going to need to be careful with disabled child. Okay. And another experience was I was playing in front of a space heater, and I fell asleep while playing in front of it. And I was too close to it, and my leg got burned. And when they found me, my leg was burned and the skin was, coming. Some of it was coming off, and they had to take me to the emergency room. So, also being careful where your child is playing and what they're playing. What environment they're playing in. That may hurt them if they don't have the same sensations or feeling as other children. Okay. And early childhood, I had to start school late because I needed to learn how to use a catheter on my own before I could go to school. And so I started at 8 years old. And when I went to school, the teacher and the kids were really great. And I would go to recess and sit on the basketball uh, uh, court, on the edge of the basketball court, and watch the other kids, and it was great. And then one day, when I was sitting on the basketball court, I I accidentally sit on a fire ant pile, and I didn't realize it. And so I'm sitting on this fire ant pile the entire time for recess. And when I get up, my legs are completely covered in bites, and they're just wobbling under me like spaghetti. And so after that, my teacher's sister made me a crocheted doll that I could play with on the steps of the school so that I would not have that problem again. So it's important for you to help your child's teachers to know about those things, to watch for those kind of things, to make sure that the child does not make decisions that might put them into harm that way. All right, next slide. And then later on in school, I had multiple surgeries. Twice I had hip reconstructions, and then after when I had those, I had casts that went all the way up to my chest, and I would go to, like, one of the times it was twice. Once I went to Mardi Gras parade, and everyone thought it was really cool that I was able to participate, and I got way more beads and candy and everything, and a lot of attention. And then the second time that I had a body cast, it was in October. It was October of the year, and so my mom helped me with making my body cast into a King Tut costume to help me to feel included. So there are ways to help your child, even though they're going through difficult times, they're different than other children, to help them to feel included and not feel different. And then the tethered cord I experienced, I had to go to a different hospital out of state because the one right here was not, the one in Mississippi where I lived didn't do the surgery. And I remember my mom had to go to a Ronald McDonald house, and that was our first experience with that, and it was very helpful for her. So there are ways for parents to be able to be close to their kids when they're going through things like that. And it was nice that she could come and spend the day with me. It was hard on me at that age for her to have to leave at night, but it was, helpful to know that she would be coming back every day. And then when I was in the 6th grade, I started forgetting simple math, just simple math, and words that and we didn't know what was going on, and I was getting frustrated, and then we realized, after going to the doctor, that it was my shunt tube malfunctioning, and it needed to be replaced. So I went into the hospital and had it replaced, and all my friends and my teachers sent me tons of cards and get well cards and flowers, and my room, it was covered. It was cute, and I remember that I had to get part of my hair had to be shaved to be able to get to where they needed to go to replace the shunt. And so I had this big, like quarters, $50 area underneath. So they were really conscious about making sure that it would hide as long as I had my hair down, because at 13 you're starting to think about the way you look. And so that helped, and just the support of everyone, and my teachers helping me to stay with my homework while I'm recovering at home was helpful as well. Okay, next slide. Okay, and now the 4 pillars of resilience: gratitude, choice, community, and faith and purpose. Next one. The first one is gratitude. And then next slide. All right. So gratitude in hardship. What are ways do you think you could show gratitude in hardship? While I was going through school, there were many times when I had pressure sores, which made it to where I could not sit up. And I would find ways to do things for other people while I was doing through those things, so that I wouldn't be thinking about the things that I couldn't do, the dances, and things like that, dances, spending time with friends, going on dates. Instead of thinking of those things that were going on right now, I would find things like crocheting lap blankets for the nursing home, or outfits for for the kids, toys for hospitals, and things that I could be able to give to the community when I was able to get out of bed after I healed. And that way I could feel like I was doing something productive that would benefit others, instead of dwelling on the things that I couldn't change or couldn't do. All right, next one. Next slide. You went backwards. I think. Next slide. Did I mess up? Next slide. There we go. All right, and then gratitude. Oh, so that first slide was gratitude and service. I would make different things for different holidays for nursing homes, like crocheted flowers for the women for Mother's Day, and little ghosts for Halloween for them. Or I made a big banner with different sports balls for Father's Day for the nursing home. I could not find a picture of that, but it was really fun to be able to do creative things to just cheer them up. It didn't have to be big. It was just small, little creative ways to say thinking about you. Next. Okay, and then another way to think of gratitude is the little furry, companions that we have that bring a smile to our face on those days when we're having, difficult times and not able to spend time, going places and spending time with our friends and getting out in the community. Our furry friends put a smile to our face, and they're there to snuggle you all day if you need them. And I've had many times when my pets have cheered me up. And that's a picture of my sister reading story time to all of our dogs and my niece. She was not in the picture at the moment, but yeah, they started to really enjoy that. It was so cute. All right, next. And then also to have gratitude for our community, people in the community, our friends and our family, and the people that we are able to volunteer and serve, and the church community. All right. And sometimes gratitude just to be able to call a friend or be able to give a hug or a thank you note to a family member, or to be able to appreciate what someone's done for you. Like even when you're in the hospital, if a nurse is taking more time to help you with braiding your hair, or if the cafeteria staff has taken the time to notice what you like and give you one or two more strawberries than usual, to send them a thank you note and show them that you appreciate what they've noticed and how much they've taken to show that they care. All right, next. And the second pillar is choice. There are many ways to practice choice in our life. All right, next. All right. So the first choice I had was I was going through school online. I had started in person at Bellevue University with my mom in Nebraska. And then we moved to Washington, and I took a few years off and didn't, so I would have a break from school. And then I later decided to continue online. And so I started taking classes, and then my sister got a divorce and needed to come home, and she had a little baby, my nephew. He was 6 months old at the time. He's a little older in this picture. And so she asked me if I'd like to get an apartment with her, and I said yes. And so she and I and my brother got an apartment together, and it was a handicap accessible apartment. So it was really awesome for me to be able to learn to cook and to learn to do laundry and be able to, find ways to clean the house. She found a lightweight vacuum cleaner that I could use, and I was able to watch my nephew from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. while she was going to work. And then I would do my homework from 7 p.m. to 11. And sometimes I would take him to the gym. I would, put my belt on and then put a gait belt around him and then hold him and then drive my motorized chair down to the gym and put him in the kids zone, and I would be exercising and reading my textbook at the same time. And he would enjoy his time at the kids zone, and I would have a little break. And then I would go home, and on the weekends I'd even take him to church, and we had a really great time. And there were times when there was a time when I got sick for 2 weeks, and he was sick also. And yet I still was able to push on and get my homework done, and get, help him. And it was a hard time, and yet it was the best time of my life because of the experiences I may not have had if I hadn't have been able to have that opportunity. And so sometimes the choices we make aren't the easiest, but they're the more memorable. And then another choice in my life was later on, I got accepted into a doctorate program after finishing my master's. And I was so excited. I thought I was going to make a huge difference in special education, because that was the field I was going into with my doctorate. And I got halfway through my first semester, and I got really sick, and I was diagnosed with a bone infection and had to go on major IV antibiotics that caused me to feel even sicker. And so I knew that I just was not going to be able to finish my doctorate, because I didn't know, how long the recovery was going to take, and how hard it was going to be when I lost my leg, what kind of, learning process I was going to have to go through to relearn how to do things that may seem simple, transferring from your chair to your bed in a new way, and all those kind of things. So navigating that kind of life and trying to do school just wasn't in the cards. So I had to reframe that experience and think of it not as a failure, but as a way to remind myself of the things that I could achieve in life, and that if I put my heart into it, I can achieve big things, and that there's some other purpose, some other way that I can make a big impact in the world. But I just didn't know what it was at that time. And so it's just a way to remember to reframe the experiences in our life that may feel negative, and try to find the positive twist to it. There's always a positive lining to every experience. If we keep looking for it, we can find it. And the more we look for the positive, the stronger that ability will be. And the stronger that ability we have to think of the positive, the more we can find joy that is within us, that will come to the surface and help us to positively get through the challenges we have in life. Okay, next slide. Okay, and then some of the challenges I had was trying to find ways to exercise. Because of the hip surgeries that I had growing up, I lost a lot of the muscle in my legs, and I needed to get a brace that came all the way up to my waist. And this brace has a joint that locks at the knee and at the waist. And so the weight of my body would put pressure on those points, and they would often break. So I ended up not being able to do much walking with it, because you couldn't walk outside because of the possibility of the brace breaking. So I would end up getting exercise by walking around the living room after a while, because the risk of falling when it breaks. Because I did fall once on the concrete, so to prevent that from happening, and yet I didn't make much progress because every time that we had to get it repaired, it took 6 weeks for them to do the repair and have it sent back, because we were sending it to another country to be repaired. So I finally decided to not keep trying because it was more risk than benefit. And then the adult tricycle, I tried in high school, though the problem with it was causing pressure sores because of the friction on my sitting bone while using the bike. Though I did get to where I was able to do the bike on my own after my mom kept starting it in the beginning to help my feet get over the, start the momentum. And I would go a mile to school and then a mile home every day. And I was making a lot of progress, and it was very disappointing when I had to quit. But you just have to find creative ways to exercise that are safer for you and that help you to get the benefits that you need, and to realize that maybe walking isn't a necessary thing for you, and that you can be able to have a fulfilled life without it. And the bike, was just an unfortunate thing. We tried putting, moleskin and wool and all kinds of things on the cushion, and nothing worked. Okay, next slide. All right. And I also made a nonprofit with my crocheting while I was in bed for a long period at one point. And I made hundreds of outfits for stuffed animals to give to nursing homes and to hospitals for the children in hospitals in Seattle. And I didn't think to get the help that I needed to make sure that I could continue doing that, because I forgot to file sometimes for the nonprofit to keep the 501c3, and so I lost it because I didn't. I was too sick to delegate that. So it's important to remember when you're doing things to make sure you have the support in your life to be able to have backup plans to fulfill your those purposes that you've built in your life and those dreams you have. And to be able to know that even when you're sick, those things can be done and you don't have to worry about it. All right, next one. All right, community. All right, next one. The third pillar is community. Community and connection. I did a lot of after school. I worked with a vocational rehab to try to get a job, and I didn't find work, but it helped me to find a lot of opportunities for service, and I learned different skills from those opportunities. I was able to I volunteer at a co-op and answer phones, and I volunteered at a cafe, and I also volunteered for Pathways for Women, and they had a empowered luncheon that they had people be the table captains for. And I volunteered to be a table captain. And when I found out that Felicia Rashad was going to be the speaker, and the table captains, if they fill their table, got to meet the speaker at a VIP meeting beforehand. I got my family to fill up my table so I could meet Felicia Rashad. And I was able to make it to the VIP meeting 5 minutes ahead of time. And she was already there. So I was able to have 5 minutes alone with Felicia Rashad. And it was an amazing experience. She's very good at making you feel like you're the most important person there, that she gives you her full attention, and she asks questions about my life, and then she started to ask me about what I want to do with the rest of my life, and what were my goals. And I told her that I wanted to be able to have a job for a really cool nonprofit like this one, Pathways for Women, that I was volunteering for. And she gave me that classic, crinkled look that she does. And when on the Cosby Show, when she's like, "You can do better than that," kind of thing to her kids, like, come on, think bigger. And so I knew that's what she was telling me, and that she believed in me, that I had the potential to do more for the world. And so at that point, I knew there was more, but I didn't know how or what I would do. I just, started thinking about it. And then, so it kind of gave me that spark. Ready? And more community service that I did was I was on the board of directors for the Spina Bifida Advocates of Washington State. And one year the donor for their toys for the kids went bankrupt and was not able to supply toys. And it was just a couple of months before the party, and they didn't know where they were going to go, or what they were going to do. So I volunteered to donate the toys that I was making outfits for the party, for part of their toys. And so I made toys for them. And then that same year, I made small little Santa sacks with little reindeer in them for the Pathways for Women children in that shelter. It was a shelter for women with children. It was for women that needed safety. And so it was very fun projects, and a way that I could have some fun and still be able to give to the community. All right, next slide. All right, here's some more fun. One day we saw this little bitty Yorkie outside, and it was fall, and it was freezing, and so we brought it into the house and we saw that it had a collar, and I made it an outfit while we were waiting for its family because it was so cold. And then I think it was the next day, the family came and picked up. We found the family and were able to return the puppy, but I was able to take the time and give it a little outfit so it would be warmer. It was a fun project, and that little puppy really appreciated it. And another fun thing was I made friends with an Elvis impersonator when I went to a dinner at a nursing home that I volunteered for. I went to one of their dinners that was having an Elvis impersonator come, and I made friends with him. And then I saw that he was doing another show somewhere in October, and that's the month for also for Spina Bifida Awareness Month. And so I contacted him, and he said, if I come to your show and I make teddy bears for you, can I make them in the Spina Bifida Awareness colors? Yeah, I know. And so I went to him and I asked him, can I do that? And he said, sure, that'd be great. And so I did, and he had me come up and he had me sing the teddy bear song with him. And then we threw teddy bears to the audience. It was so much fun and yet a little scary. Yeah. And then the next one is community support. And I uh, had support from counselors when I was little. I went to a camp that's for disabled children. It's in Texas, and it's a lot of fun. If you have children between the ages of 5 and 18 that are disabled, you want to look up Camp. It's CAMP Camp. Children's Association for Maximum Potential. And they just do such a great job for all the children, and I just loved it. It was hard to have to go when I turned 18 and couldn't attend anymore. And it's also a way that the parents can spend time with their other children and help them to do things that are hard for them to be able to do with a disabled child, like maybe taking your kids to a water park and things that able-bodied children can do that are harder for those kids to do, and then they don't feel like they're missing out because they're having a great time doing these other things while you're helping your other kids do those. Though camp also will allow for able-bodied children to attend with their kids as well now. Now, let's see. And I also got support, when going to the gym. I started doing classes, and all the instructors of the different classes would help me to find ways to participate and use the muscles that I could use in order to get a similar result of the other people. And they made extra effort to make sure that they did plenty of upper body as well as lower body exercises so that I could feel included and feel that I was getting just as much value out of it. And also community support are the nurses and the doctors and the CNAs that help you to get through your recoveries after surgery and other times when you're in the hospital. I've had many times when they were so helpful and just being able to give them a thank you, or a smile when they help you and go the extra mile to help keep to give you support is wonderful. And the more you're able to give them a smile and a cheerfulness, because being a nurse and a CNA, it can be exhausting. And just giving them a smile and a break when they come to see you is so much, needed for them. And they also then, some of the CNAs who were students, their teacher would bring them to the hospital, and I would get a lot of them because they would be able to know that I would help teach because I've been through so much of that. And I also, because of volunteering at nursing homes, I decided when my mom went through a CNA course to be able to be an adult family homeowner, I took the course myself. I wasn't able to finish it, but I did learn a lot from it. And so I was able to help the CNAs when they would come into my room and support them by letting them do things like putting the disposable pads under me. And then after they're finished, I would tell them, do it again, but try it this way. And I would have patience with them and help them to figure out better ways to do it. And the instructor was like, can I go on a lunch break and just let you finish teaching? And it was fun. And then another way of community and support is the church you go to, or your spiritual life, those in your community and your circle, and also just friends who mean a lot to you. All right, next slide. Okay, yeah. So community is your friends and your family as well. When I graduated from my bachelor's in Bellevue University, I kind of had a reason for going back to that school specifically, because my great aunt lived very close to that university, and so I knew that I would be able to go back and visit family when going for my graduation. So that year, all my great aunts and uncles and my grandmother were able to get together for a mini sibling reunion, and they made it into a graduation party for me. And some of my great aunt Shirley's kids came as well, and it was a great time. And it was very nice, and they were very supportive of congratulating me for my bachelor's degree. And then when I went to the graduation, even more family came, and it was I was thankful. And then the next picture is my mom and my brother and my sister and niece and my dog, Coda. And they're all supportive parts of my circle as well, and help me with a lot of things in the day to day. And then this is one of my best friends, Elena, and she got a chance to know my uncle who lived in Utah when Elena also lived in Utah. And at one point, my uncle had passed away in a motorcycle accident. So we went to Utah for the funeral, and I started getting sick during the dinner, during the funeral. And Elena had a sister that was also type 1 diabetic and realized what was going on. and she had my family help get me to the hospital. And so she and many other friends came to the hospital many times while I was in the hospital, and very supportive of that time. And it took the hospital 2 days to stabilize me, so it was a very emotional time for my whole family and all my friends in the beginning of that hospitalization. But it turned out to be okay in the end. All right, next slide. And this is another friend. She was in a motorized scooter and I was in a chair, and we were only going like an hour away from home for a conference, but I wanted to get a motel room so that we wouldn't have to go back and forth, for the whole weekend. And so I, took the extra expense to get in a motel, and then we get to our room, and both of our chairs need charged, and half the room, the electrical outlets are not working. We tell the motel staff, and they said within the next 24 hours, we'll get to it. Well, that night, both of us needed to charge our chairs because they were both low. So I allowed my friend to have the bed and charge her scooter because my chair could lean back. So I went to the lobby to charge my chair and leaned my chair back. And the other problem was the bathroom in the lobby said it was handicap accessible. There was a handicap accessible sign on the door, but the only way it was accessible was a grab bar in the bathroom. The doorway to the bathroom was too small for my chair to get through. So the reason for that story is to remember to call ahead and ask them very specific questions to make sure that their accommodations can accommodate everything you will need, to make sure that the electricity is working in your room, to make sure that there's enough room between the beds for your chair, to make sure that the bathroom is actually accessible for your needs. And they did give me a refund and apologized at the end of it. And because I was only an hour away from home, I could have decided to go home and just forget about it. But I wanted to be able to enjoy my friend and go to the singles conference, and meet all of my other friends there. And I didn't want to miss all that. So I made the choice to go through the inconvenience to be able to do that. All right, next slide. Okay, the last one is faith and purpose. Next slide. And like I was saying earlier, I started making the nonprofit, and because I thought, well, I love to crochet, and that's the way I can get a lot of people, be able to make a lot of kids happy that are going through things that I've been through, because I understand being in the hospital during holidays and different times of the year when you're missing out on things and wishing you could go do things. And a little stuffed animal would be comfort. And this was before COVID, so it was a little easier to do. And so I did that, and I was able to enjoy doing things and thinking about others while uh, not being able to get out myself and think about how I was able to put a smile on other people's lives. And next slide. Okay. Oh, whoops. Put that. Oh, and then this one represents the Cafe Zippy is a place where I volunteered for a while, and it was a small cafe that did really nice vegetarian food, and I wanted to volunteer for it and help her to get more business. I did a crochet hour during the day, and uh, one guy that came, he only had one arm, and he said that his grandmother taught him to crochet when he was a little boy, but then he was in a motorcycle accident and couldn't do it anymore. And he was wondering if I could teach him how to uh, be able to crochet again, uh, with doing some kind of alteration to the method. So I went on YouTube, that faithful YouTube, and I asked it, is there if there were any tips on how to teach someone with one arm how to crochet. And I found there were a couple of videos of people who had learned how, and I, helped him to figure out that if he got the 3-foot crochet hook, the Tunisian crochet hook that's 3 feet long, that he could put one of them, one end under his stump, and then use his other hand to wrap the yarn around, and he would be able to do it. And he did learn, and it was slow, but he could do it. So I don't know if he continued, but it was an interesting experience being able to help him to learn a skill that he enjoyed when he was little and helped him, that gave him memories back. All right, next slide. And also and the last thing was all the different opportunities that I tried to do for finding work. I did volunteering experiences. I got and my mom and I, we had a adult family home for about 13 years, and I found different people that could come and entertain for the nursing home and for the adult family home, and some of them were the honeybees, this quartet of elderly women that were just so much fun, and they sang oldies and would come and sing to them, and it was a lot of fun, and I enjoyed them too. I found them while volunteering at a different nursing home, and so being able to network that way was very fun. And then I tried to do work by finding interests, and I decided I was going to be a Zumba instructor and help people in nursing homes and in wheelchairs be able to enjoy Zumba. And one of my instructors kept encouraging me, and I went and I did all of the Zumba instructor classes, and I got certified for the different types of Zumba, and I was ready. And then we decided that we were ready to move, and we weren't going to do the adult family home anymore. It was just getting to be too exhausting. So we moved. We were going to move to Arizona, and I was able to talk to the community center there, and they didn't have a Zumba instructor, and so they were really excited about me coming, and that I had the certifications and everything. And so I applied for a job there, and they did the interview with me, and they were excited to have me come on, and they were going to have me come for a second interview and sign the papers in about 2 more weeks. And then I got a really bad urinary tract infection, and it made me feel so sick. And it reminded me that I'm going to get those a couple of times a year at least, or other complications and with the diabetes, that I'll end up in the hospital a few times a year. And I didn't feel reliable enough to feel good about signing the contract to do the Zumba as a job. So I told them I'll do it as a volunteer position, but I can't make the commitment for the job. So I volunteered and, let them help me make a group invitation for a volunteer spot, so people would know I'd be there. And I did classes voluntarily because I knew also that as an instructor, they would expect me to know the routines, and that takes so much extra exercise to learn the routines and then to do them, that it would be way more exercise than I should be doing, and would be stressing my body. So being able to volunteer and just have fun and do it, with them was much better for me. And we had a lot of fun with it. And they were very supportive. And then I also found that I could be inspirational to them even that way. They would see me going to the gym for Zumba, and I'd go to the gym to do the kickboxing, and I'd go to the gym and participate in the exercise class at 6 o'clock in the morning with some of my friends who told me about that one. In Arizona, 6 o'clock in the morning is way cooler than the rest of the day. So you get up early and you go to activities at the community center, and then you go home and you take a nap. All right, next one. And so when I started thinking about my purpose, I thought that it was time to help my mom with her dream of finishing the idea of Lotus Living. She and my sister and I had been thinking about creating Lotus Living for a few years, and being able to help people learn to meditate and to learn other things like eating healthy, finding creative ways to enjoy food while being a diabetic, and helping with accommodation, learning ways to help people with accommodations that may not be covered by insurance, and finding ways to raise funds for that. And so we've been thinking about that for a few years now, and just finally getting it to where we have the 501c3, and just learning about fundraising. And though I also wanted to find ways to share my story with the world, and be able to help the world through my experiences and maybe inspire one or more people, as many people as I can through helping others. And so I learned about life coach, and I decided that I wanted to be a coach about resilience and help women and others with emotional overwhelm, all the hats that we have to carry in life, and trying to balance it all can be overwhelming. And I want to help people to be able to get through that with calm and confidence, and uh, be able to feel more joy and happiness through those challenges. And so I developed Boundless Living, and I found a way to be able to do that by uh, working for the nonprofit, and then the nonprofit pays me, and when I'm coaching someone, I'll have them donate to the nonprofit instead of to me, and that way that helps me to be able to keep my benefits and yet help others. And then when they help me, and I help them, they're able to help others by donating to the nonprofit, and I won't lose the medical insurance and other medical benefits that help me to be able to uh, provide the needs that I have in life. Okay, and the next slide. And then here's my contact information. I have a thank you gift at this website for anyone who would like to learn more about it, would like more something more to help them remember resilience in their life. And then you can reach out to me through email or Facebook or Instagram if you have any questions, or if you have any friends that may need inspiration or help through getting through any situations that they're going through in life. I can help them to feel more joy and to have more courage and resilience through their challenges. And if you have any questions, you can contact me at any time. Okay. And then the next slide. And thank you to everyone. And thank you, Jerica, for this experience and this opportunity to speak with everybody. I very appreciate the opportunity. And thank you to the audience for listening. I look forward to hearing from you and getting your feedback, and being able to serve you in any way. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. We have one question that was far. Hold on one second. What advice do you have for advocates who want to find community?
Oh, who want to build or find community? You can you can do things online, or you can find Meetup. You can go to meetup.com and find meetups, or make a meetup in your community regarding your interests. Like if you love to crochet, you can make a meetup to meet at a cafe or wherever you want to meet with people to just talk about crocheting. Or you could talk about anything that you're interested in. You can make a book club, or you can join Facebook groups that are of your interest, um, or you could make a meetup for networking if you're in business, or different hobbies like knitting, or collecting stamps, or playing cards. If you love to play cards but you don't have anyone to play with, you could say, hey, let's go to the community center, or to the let's do talk to the library about making an event, reading books or whatever. You might read books to children and say, can I come to the library and read books during some hour to the children? So there are a lot of creative ways that you can build your community. Are there any more questions? Thank you. Oh, who do I serve? Oh, um, uh, I started with working women who are feeling emotional exhaustion, but it doesn't have to be limited to them. It's just easier to market your coaching if you focus on one particular um, uh, narrowed down niche. So I can help anyone. I have one client that I'm doing pro bono in Africa. He has prostate cancer, and his friend asked me if I would, talk to him and help him through his um, recovery journey. Yes, I have my memoir is the rough draft is written. I just need to finish it and then have it published. And I'm also considering writing another book specifically about the four pillars of resilience and my perspective on it as well. Though I still have that in a rough draft, like table of contents. I haven't completely finished that book yet.
I think this is the last question.
There are organizations for spina bifida in every state. You can look up the spina bifida advocates in your state, or uh, and then they can help you with that, to know where to donate to, if it's spina bifida that you want to donate to.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Yeah, so because you said that this month is Spina Bifida Awareness Month, so
Yeah.
that was a perfect presentation for that. We really
Mhm.
appreciate that. You said there were 3 types. Do you happen to know which one you have, or?
Yes, I have the more severe type.
Okay.
It's the Maya lung.
Angel Maya
So,
too.
yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, I know, long word. And
The longest one.
I
Yeah,
always
I'm like, when you
say
said you wanted me to do the presentation partly on spina bifida, I'm like, there are words I don't know how to pronounce.
it is perfect. It is perfect. You did awesome. I loved it.
Oh, thank
Um,
you.
and I loved all of the photos and everything. I think everybody learned something today about spina bifida,
Hmm.
because I think it's a rare disorder, so not
Hmm.
many people have it.
Yeah.
I think it because of that we need like more research. There's really no cure, really you're treating the symptoms or trying to manage some of the symptoms of it.
Hmm.
So, we definitely want to create awareness surrounding that and lend a hand to like the organizations that are
Yes.
a hand to the organizations that are like, helping with research and stuff. So
Hmm.
I appreciate you for sure. That was awesome. I know we kind of went over, so thank you for answering all the questions
Oh,
and
that's fine. I kept thinking of one more thing that I should put in the slide. I'm like, am I actually only doing 45 minutes? I don't know.
no, it was perfect. Like, I wish I could do that long of time and be like, I don't know what to say. So that was definitely awesome.
Uh,
I love it. So, where you said I will put your information in for everybody to get. Um, on. So, what are you planning on doing with your nonprofit moving forward?
well, we want to do retreats, like for meditation
Mhm.
and also for like diabetics to help them with learning how to eat healthy and yet not feel like they are
Missing out.
missing out on
Mhm.
foods and having that feeling of restriction,
Right.
to find more creative ways to look at it and be excited about the things that they can have rather
Right.
than thinking about the things that they can't have anymore. Though I'm more of a brittle diabetic, so
Okay.
it's like more important for me to be that way. Some
Mhm.
diabetics, they can get away with having some sugar once in a while and
Mhm.
eating almost normal diet
Right.
and just take insulin for it. But
Right.
with my extra complications, it makes it harder because I
Right.
also have yeast overgrowth.
Okay.
And for yeast overgrowth, you can't have like any carbs or else it feeds the yeast.
Oh
But
wow.
with diabetic, you have to have some carbs or else you go into ketosis, which
Right.
can cause the diabetic ketoacidosis attacks.
Right.
And so both of those are like life threatening if you go too far on one way or the other. So it's like a tightrope balance. So
Mm.
I have to like figure out how to have the lower carb things just barely enough to keep me out of ketosis, but that won't trigger the yeast too much. So
Gotcha.
yeah,
Tightrope. Very much of a tightrope.
yeah.
So, and actually next month is I think Diabetes Awareness Month as well. I think. Um, to be determined because I have like several dates in my mind. But
Yes.
for sure, I would love for us to come back and talk more about your experiences because I think you have like a lot of experiences and um I think that kind of speaks to something that Queen and I were talking about earlier, like one, using your passions and stuff like that
Hmm.
to kind of push, and spread your word
Hmm.
of and moving forward. And I think also like your pillars are amazing. Like I think it sums up everything that we all kind of need in this world.
Hmm.
So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any more questions? I think I tried to capture everything. If you have any more questions, like Rebecca said, you can either send it to her or you can send it to me and I will send it to her
Yes.
from there. But thank you, Rebecca. You're
Thank you, Jerica.
awesome.
I appreciate the opportunity.
Oh, no problem. You did awesome. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Was there anything you think I could have done better?
So I think with hmm this is a personal thing because it really depends on the person. And I know we talked about this before, but like having a few words. So you improved on that, and I like that. And then what else? Going over time, like I've been working with a few other individuals, and it's good sometimes, like just figure out like what where you are, because sometimes they might need that depending on the venue.
And
Like
who's
social
presenting
hours.
after?
Huh?
And who's presenting after and all that.
Right. Like today is social hours. Like this is supposed to be our social hour. Um, so it wasn't too bad. I thought the message was more important.
Mhm.
So we had that laxity in there. It wasn't that big of
Mhm.
a deal. But I know if you're trying to go like somewhere else and they're like, oh, okay, like we need you to have this very strict deadline then or time frame,
Yeah.
then you want to, adhere to that. So like just
Yeah.
like how you were saying before, like talk to them about when you were talking about the accommodations at the hotel, same thing. Like if you go to a speaking engagement,
Yes.
go and say, hey, just to make sure, do I have any laxity, like, in terms of time, because I can talk if I need to, or
Or I can shorten it if I
or I
need
can,
to.
right. So
Yeah.
like I think for you that's a good thing, because for me, like I'm very like, especially with talking, sometimes it depends on who it is. Like sometimes I can talk for a while depending on the topic and stuff, but other times if you give me a time, I will try and stick to that time. So but I actually do time, like I don't do well with that. But so but you're good at the fact that you can expand that time. So I'm good at shortening time. I'm not good at expanding time. I'm like,
Yeah. And yeah, if I had time to practice more, I would
right.
have tried to make sure it was 45 minutes. But this is my third summit for today. So,
Yeah, which is amazing, because that's the other thing. I would be like, girl, I'm tired. Like I mean, you have to build, for some people, they have to build up to that momentum. The fact that you already have it is amazing. So
Mhm.
kudos on that. And then like I said, just a few more words, because sometimes people are like trying to read as they're going.
Also, put more words to talk
Some
longer
of
for each
them,
slide.
yeah, hold on one second, because we can go through them. um I think so. How do you find your purpose, like just expanding on like bullet points of like what you're saying, that sums up like
Hmm.
this message.
Yeah.
Same thing with these.
Hmm.
But like I said, I like the pillars. I do feel like now that you've added some words and stuff,
Hmm.
before I think with just the pictures, it came off as like just it was okay. But like I think now like the PowerPoint is like a little busy in terms of like that the blue part of it. I don't know if you can see if I'm just
Hmm.
like the blue little structure around it. Um, so I tend to like, and maybe this is just a preference, use stuff like circles or like shapes as opposed to like something that encloses the space. Because for some reason, um, it it looks unorganized to me. Like your
Hmm.
pictures are on top of like the
Hmm.
framing around it.
Yeah.
It takes away from the pictures, right? Because like pictures tell a story, and so you want to like highlight them as much as possible. And I think you do a good job of like highlighting and expressing yourself through those pictures.
Yeah.
So you want to make sure that they're totally visible.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe like one or two photos, and it's okay to like take those out, like tease it out a little bit more. Like if you have to go, if you're trying to make a point, so it says community support, just do like
Mm-hmm.
one or two photos, because again, you're trying to highlight those photos.
Yeah.
Um, and three is okay. That's fine. I would say I do think like you like compared to the one that you sent me initially,
Mm-hmm.
the it was this was a lot better in terms of
Yeah.
like stretching out your story and structuring it a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And we can like work on that some more. But like this part, I liked how you like went from what is it, so you kind of give context, and then to your upbringing. I think that was
Mm-hmm.
helpful. And like talking about that also grounds people into like understanding like, oh, okay, because I don't think I would have thought, and I think we talked about this previously, like I don't think I would have thought about like, oh, like a a person with or a child with spina bifida, like, yes, they can crawl. Um, well, if you're thinking of like a neurological issue, um, as maybe a medical staff or trying to educate a parent, like a pediatrician or somebody trying to educate a parent, I don't think I would have thought like, okay, yes, your child can crawl, but they cannot feel. And
Right.
so you need to have these extra cautions in place when
Mm-hmm.
you're thinking about, placing your kid to play and stuff like
Yeah.
that, and educating teachers about the same thing, because I that would have been like the farthest from my thoughts until an incident like you had happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, I think that's very helpful to talk about. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your messages. Sometimes you can break up the slides into multiple sections and just pop them quickly. Yeah, that's a good idea too, just to be deliberate. Yeah. But I do like the stories, and you highlighted the reasons very well. um, and then just remember to cite your stuff, especially because it's one thing, there's different audiences, right? Especially because you're saying that
Mm-hmm.
you want to start fundraising and stuff. If you're talking to a stakeholder, they might want to look at your references just for their own, like, I want to understand type thing, how many
Right.
people possibly affect. And so if you make sure you have your references in the back right before like the thank you,
Mm-hmm.
that'll be cool. um And I think you should also like reference, and I think we talked about this too, and maybe I missed it. You said your name, but I don't think you said you're a resilience coach this time. So
Oh.
just make sure that you
Mm-hmm.
like highlight, because that's your profession. So highlight your profession and go
Mm-hmm.
from, and then you go into your story.
Mm-hmm.
I have that same issue too, so that's the only reason I'm like saying that. But otherwise, and then like I said, like the stakeholders, you want to talk to them. and give them like quantifiable or like something statistics so that they have an understanding of how many people they're affecting. Um,
Mm-hmm.
from there. But yeah, I really liked it. I think that was pretty much it. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you again.
And I really like the I really hope you I really want to talk about like you start continuing with the um
Mhm.
Zumba and the puppets, or were they puppets?
Oh, they're just like stuffed animals that I crocheted outfits for.
Yeah, are you still doing that?
I can. I don't have any right now, but
Oh,
uh,
yeah, definitely do that because I think that's like I remember even at Shriners them having like little
mhm.
teddy bears for the kids. And I think that's always memorable. And I
they
also
won't they won't accept them in hospitals anymore because of
oh
COVID.
wow,
Yeah, it's
times
crazy. They'll
change.
accept the crocheted hats and blankets for the babies, but they won't accept, the stuffed animals with crocheted outfits on them for the
That's weird.
kids. They say that they can't accept anything that's not that they can't wash. And I'm like, but you're accepting the crochet the yarn stuff for the babies, but
Right.
this other department in the I'm like, I don't get it. But they're like, I don't get it either, but that's the hospital's policy.
Oh wow, I did not know. I mean, I should have known because of COVID, but like I just assumed that they would discontinue that. That's crazy.
Hmm. Yeah.
But like you said you had tried Ronald McDonald too, right?
Oh, we went to the Ronald McDonald House when I was 10.
Mm,
My mom stayed there for that surgery because we
right.
were out of state. Yeah.
I used to volunteer there a while, like making meals, which I should now that you say that I'll probably have to contact a few places because I'm like, oh, like make meals, but maybe they don't allow that anymore. I don't know. We used to go in with our school group and do that.
Mhm.
So yeah, like I like, and I loved Ronald McDonald House. Like I thought it was like a really cool, um, like you said, opportunity for people to stay close to their family, not have to worry about renting a hotel, especially when you're there for like it's I don't think people understand like sometimes if your kid has a complex case or a complex need and you have multiple surgeries and you don't need to be bogged down with like, okay, where am I going to stay for a month or two to
Mhm. Yeah.
special care? So
Yeah.
really appreciated that. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's really cool. Well, thank you. And we will I guess we really don't have a networking hour. So right now I don't did you get to look into the folder?
No.
Oh, okay. Um, wait, I did have another question. You said something about the bike and using different materials. What
Yeah.
material?
We tried to put uh like a extra um cover over the seat and put foam underneath the cover and held the foam on to try to put extra cushioning for to prevent shearing and sores, and that didn't work. And then we tried putting like a sheepskin cover on it with foam underneath that as well to make it even softer, and that didn't work. And um, everything we tried just kept shearing, still kept shearing and having pressure sore problems. So uh, even though I was getting, you know, progress from the exercise, I was causing sores. So I wasn't able to continue it.
Did you try like the I wonder if they have like a gel like a I don't know if that wouldn't be hydrogel, but like a
Yeah, we tried a gel one as well, and it still didn't work.
oh wow. And you said like what kind of wheelchair do you have? Does it you said it does tilt back?
Oh, well, I have a motorized chair that tilts back and raises up and all that stuff. And I also have a manual chair. So
Hmm.
I've got both.
Um, hmm. Interesting. Cool. Well, again, sorry, I know I keep saying thank you, but I appreciate your time.
Oh, my pleasure.
And it was nice talking to you guys. I think guys, so the networking hour it was we were going to play a game, but I got sidetracked. So um I have left an Excel file.
Mhm.
Please, if you have the opportunity to add to that um, file so that everybody can network and connect on different social media, please do that. And if you have any questions for any of our guests, we had Simone, Roxy, and Rebecca, even my mom and my sister. Please feel free to either contact me personally, and I did not um, forgot to put um my mom Erica is on mom_nurse Erica on Instagram. I am Jerica Knox at Jerica Knox Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. And Laquina is Black Girl Rolling and Black Girl Rolling Family Flow, and Thriving Successfully on IG and Thriving Successfully on TikTok. And Rebecca is Rebecca 1980 on IG and Facebook. So if you have any questions, I did not get to add the banners
Yeah, it's
for.
supposed to be Rebecca E.
Oh,
1980.
which one?
Facebook.
Facebook.
My Instagram and Facebook are both Rebecca E.
Oh, okay.
19. So
So the
yeah,
Facebook one
it's
is
correct.
correct. All right. So when I change that, Rebecca. Oops.
Oops.
I think sweet.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out to us. Let us know anything that you need, and we will be back tomorrow at 12 to 5. The schedule did change a little bit. We and that will be updated tomorrow in the schedule in the agenda. So stay tuned for that. And thank you everybody for tuning in. See you.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem.
Mhm.